weakened just a little bit, but the northern one, there's two different areas of rotation within this particular storm. And so the one near Morganville looks a little bit more pronounced right now, but that's like embedded with this. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. And so it looks like there's the southern part where it actually was warned. Now it's strengthening a little bit. And see, this is what's typical with the environment in these storms. I was talking about it with Mike earlier, is the fact that with different radar scans, within a couple of minutes, things can change. So we're looking at Cappucci speed right now, but what I'm looking at on the radar, you probably can't see it, and that's okay. Oh, you can see it, which is great. So we've got rotation just to the north of Morganville. What you will see is in the core of this storm is completely rain wrapped. And then you've got some rotation just a little bit. They're still on the hook. That's going to be near Clay Center, may just pass just off to the west of north of Clay Center. But you've got these two areas of rotation. We got to keep an eye on these because within the next radar scan, they could tighten up a little bit or they could weaken. They could stay the same. So that's why with tornado warnings, we have to be very concerned with these. So we're keeping an eye on this. Cappucci is on these storms. And I'm going to actually zoom out a little bit. I want to look at this tornado warning here. I think this is right around, yeah, the Greenleaf Barnes area. It's looking very messy, the rotation there. But what I do want to tell you, if you are in Palmer, just off to the south of Lynn, this rotation right here is going to be heading up toward you. So you've got a tornado warning for a different storm. Is that northern storm that's kind of gotten a little bit messy, not seeing quite a tight rotation, but there's tighter rotation just to your south that's going to be moving up. More hail for you. So unfortunately, a lot of these places, Greenleaf, Barnes, you are going to be contending with more hail, the potential for more tornadoes, and very, very heavy rain. I'm going to zoom up a little bit closer here. What I want to view is this cluster of storms that's mainly in southeastern Nebraska, is about to move into Iowa. Looking at I-29, this is nearing you, so you definitely need to, if you're traveling anywhere between about Thurman and Craig, and even south of there, I would say around Mound City to Thurman on I-29. If you can hear me, if you're watching me, or if you know someone is traveling on this highway, you interstate, you definitely need to let them know. I would pull over. I would get to a sturdy structure, a gas station, some type of building. Stay away from windows. See if you can get an interior bathroom or some type of closet because you've got this beast. This huge storm right here is coming your way. And we have up to 80-mile-per-hour straight line wind gusts. So 80, that's hurricane force wind. That's category one hurricane force wind up to that. That is going to be approaching the highway. That is not a good thing for high profile vehicles. It's a very dangerous situation. And I can see some people may not be aware of the warnings, and there aren't any warnings. There's one part of I-29 has a severe thunderstorm warning, but the rest, like around Rockport, you're likely going to be getting either a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning here soon. We are seeing this tight rotation right here. Auburn, this is heading toward you. In Auburn, in southeastern Nebraska, you need to be in your safe place. You need to get into the lowest level of the building you're in, preferably a basement, an interior closet,
I'm back,
or
Jen.
bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible because looking at that rotation right there, that is very tight rotation. And I'm going to see if we also have had any more updates. They usually update the warnings as well, but this is just to the west of you, Auburn. So you need to be in your safe place right now. Fairfax, east of I-29, you need to be in your safe place. Looking at this right now, it's radar indicated rotation, no update there. We've got spotters on there, but that is some strong rotation right there. And this is a large area where we could have up to 80-mile-per-hour straight line wind, large
Oof.
hail up to inch and a half, 2 inches in diameter, and a possible tornado. This is all approaching, and this is what I'm concerned with. Basically, Interstate 29 going along here. So anywhere between Mound City and farther off to the north, I think it was Thurman was maybe the city I was talking about. You need to do what you can to get in, pull off the highway, get to a gas station, a sturdy building. You do not need to be traveling because there will be blinding rain, pawning on the road, very dangerous situation lining up for you. So again, and we still have that rotation just off to the west of Auburn. So you need to, if you are in the Auburn area, surrounding areas near Brownville, Watson, Rockport, Tarkio, you need to be prepared for a possible tornado and the severe thunderstorm approaching you. We should be seeing an update pretty quickly here because this storm is now about to exit part of the polygon. We should see at least the severe thunderstorm warning extended. If not, the tornado warning should be extended as well, as we're
Meanwhile,
seeing that.
Jen, the tornado warned
Yeah,
storm down near Morganville
yeah,
on Jordan. We got some folks on YouTube that are helping us out here, and thanks for ramping there for a minute, Jen.
yeah,
Jack's the man.
absolutely.
Anyway, so that tornado warned storm near Morganville, Jordan Hall was reporting on his live
Yes.
stream that he might have driven through it. So
Oh,
again, that's the storm right now
yes.
that we can see all of this embedded spin here. Jordan, I believe, is this camera right here near Morganville. And I guess he was saying on his live chat earlier, Jen, maybe 15 minutes or so ago, that Jordan might have driven through this as he was progressing
Oh,
to chase
wow.
it. Yeah. So we've got his shot up, but keep in mind, good luck finding any cellular connectivity or a Starlink satellite that's really going to do really well out in the middle of a big meso. So we're doing the
Yeah,
best we
that's,
can with the connectivity.
yeah, no,
But Jordan is still on the road. He's still okay. Jordan's a pro,
good.
but
Yeah, Jordan is a
figured we'd
pro.
pass that along.
Yeah. And so, and looking at it too, it looks like the rotation, I would say
Has
now
gotten pretty
north,
broad.
yeah, is pretty broad near Morganville. And it's just so interesting too. It's one of those things like the atmosphere, the environment is prime for there's plenty of shear rotation in the atmosphere, but it just kind of shows you that even in like some of the best setups and cases with the potential for tornadoes, things kind of have to be perfect sometimes for it to happen. Because Capucci, when we were talking, and he was just like, I'm kind of surprised that we haven't had a tornado already, at least on one of those storms. We got really close for
Mm-hmm.
probably an hour and a half, 2 hours, but it just cycled a little bit. Like it tightened up the velocity, the rotation, then it kind of weakened, tightened, weakened, and just kept cycling a little bit. The strongest rotation we've seen is this storm in Nebraska that we're looking at right now near Auburn, west of Auburn. That's been the strongest rotation that we've seen, and so we're likely going to see that severe thunderstorm warning and tornado warning at any moment in time be extended, but it is approaching I-29 right now. If you're driving on I-29, you see this, especially Hamburg, it's already moving in the moderate rain for you. It's about to move into you, Watson, Brockport, Fairfax, east of there. You need to be prepared for damaging straight line winds of 80 miles per hour, and that's hurricane force wind. And they just extended the severe thunderstorm warning. So they didn't have tornado warning. They have a severe thunderstorm warning. Just newly updated. That's in effect until 5:45 Central Time for Atchison County. That's actually in northwestern Missouri. And so this storm is now moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. It has definitely picked up its speed, and this is a destructive storm for Atchison County. So this is a very dangerous storm. The hazard they have right now is 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts and ping pong ball size hail. So that's the biggest concern. Tarkio, Rockport, Fairfax, Blanchard, Westboro, Watson, Indian Cave, State Park, and Phelps City. You need to be in kind of your safe place. This is a dangerous storm. Yes, it isn't a tornado warning, but the winds are so strong and the hail is large that the hail could actually smash through your windows. And that's a very dangerous thing when you have flying glass and potentially flying debris. So you need to, whether you're between Interstate 29 mile markers 99 and 123. I've been talking about Interstate 129. If you're traveling or live anywhere along Interstate 29 between mile marker 99 and 123, you just need to find a safe place, sturdy structure to ride this storm out because it is going to be dangerous driving on the highway. And think about this for a second with high profile vehicles that may not be aware or may not be getting the warnings or have time. 80-mile-per-hour straight line winds can easily topple over high profile vehicles, trucks, knock them on their side. With the heavy rain and the hail coming down, it may be hard to see if one of those topples over and falls on their side. And so this could cause accidents. So you just need to be smart about this. No need to rush. I would get off the highway if you can into a sturdy structure. That was the smartest thing I can suggest for you to do. But again, this is a destructive storm. That's what it actually says in the severe thunderstorm warning. So again, for Westboro, Tarkio, Rockport, and Fairfax, this is in northwestern Missouri. You need to be getting into your safe place. Even if this isn't a tornado warning, you need to stay away from those windows. Do not go outside and try and see this. A dangerous storm with destructive winds and still some rotation there just off to the south and east of Brock. So again, there's a very dangerous situation. Hail, large hail possible with this as well. And we'll likely continue to see this scenario.
Jen, a new
And
tornado warning issued for, I believe that is, stand by one second. We're like right on top of so much here. This is Nebraska. So Pawnee County, Nebraska. This includes Pawnee City and Dubois.
yes.
You can see the rotation is fairly pronounced here just east of Summerfield. This could be a little bit of something here. This is on the tail end of that really big system that, Jen, you've been tracking for over an hour here. This northernmost warning had an hour and 5 minutes when it was initially issued over Auburn and now extended to Peru. But now on the backside of this, just east of Summerfield, this could very well be something here. So we'll keep a close eye on things. But if you live in Dubois or Dubois, you need to be in your safe place, including Pawnee City. Today is not a day to take lightly whatsoever. I believe that y'all are in the PDS, that being particularly dangerous situation tornado watch area. You are not, but you should. Oh, yes, you are. Okay, it's because they've since extended that out. So again, the National Weather Service effectively is issued that watch area because of storms like this that can develop really quickly and become large and extremely dangerous. So you need to be prepared to act. This is just tornado warned as it is right now. It is radar indicated. We will let you know if anything hits the ground. All right, shout out to Billy on TikTok. He says, Du Bois? Really? I'll take your word for it.
Yeah.
But we got a lot of folks watching on TikTok from Nebraska. What up, all you Cornhuskers? Thank you very much for joining us. And by the way, everyone that's been sending us all these gifts, Cindy, Wendy, thank you so much. I mean, you guys are way too kind. You most definitely do not need to do that. We appreciate it nonetheless. Feel free to tap on the screen, show your support that way if you're watching on TikTok. And of course, if you'd be so kind as to follow us on the platform, that way you know whenever we go live or whenever we drop a new TikTok, it's right over my head here. So please do so. Share the live stream as well. We really appreciate it. Drew, Angie, thank you very much for following. We appreciate it. Billy, thank you for following. GBR, appreciate it very much. And hey, if you haven't already, everyone keeps asking, what app are we using? We're using MyRadar. It's right here on the screen, this QR code now on TikTok. Scan that QR code. Maybe with a different device, or if you're watching on any of the other platforms you're streaming to, scan that QR code in the top right-hand corner, and that will take you to download the app, or you can activate a 7-day free trial for the premium features. The app is free to download. Of course, all of our rain alerts, all of the awesome features that are in the app are completely free. But if you want to take your meteorology game to the next level and track storms like a pro, well, you need the pro features. And in order to activate those, go to the settings menu, and right at the top, you'll see premium subscription. You can activate a 7-day free trial by doing so, Jen. And the cool part is that if you create an account, your premium features will follow you on whatever platform that you are on. As of course, all of that ramping I was doing, it looks like our rotation is tightening up a little bit here. We have a pretty distinct inflow notch in this as well.
Yeah, and it's interesting too because it's about to ingest that one little cell that we watched popping up and strengthening near Seneca. That's about to be ingested into that big cluster of storms too. So if you go back in time a little bit, you can watch it, and it's going to collide with that too. So we'll see what happens. It's interesting with how volatile the atmosphere is. We're watching these storms pop up, how unstable the atmosphere is. And so that will likely gradually ingest into that cluster within time as well. But also watching just to the south, and I think we were watching this too, but we got two more tornado warnings looking at this from, and it might be we've got the two kind of broad rotations. There's still rotations there within these two cells. But again, we're not giving up on these cells. Some of them, the atmosphere is just primed that these cells aren't really going to weaken. They're just going to cycle through, whether they ingest new smaller cells or combine, congeal together. But again, we are watching how dangerous, especially these southern cells are. But I'm looking at that with you right now, Mike. And that one in near just south of Pawnee City is a very dangerous looking cell.
Hmm.
Um,
Yeah, and we,
that's
we still have tornado warnings to the south and west in parts of
yes.
Kansas too. There's a new tornado warning down here for the next 36 minutes. This was issued just 4 minutes ago, southwest of Manchester. This
Yep.
also is presenting some rather potent rotation within it. Of course, on the right-hand side, you can see the velocity. That's showing us spin. Green is representative of winds going toward the radar, red away from it. So when you start to see this kind of coupling, this tightening here, on top of the fact when you look at velocity and you can kind of see it hooking a little bit here, and you see your inflow right in this section of the screen. Those are all the signs for a potential tornado, hence why it is radar indicated. Now, if it were confirmed, that would mean we have a tornado on the ground, but that has not been the case just yet. So we will monitor things as they develop. As Jen was just alluding to, these storms are going to, once they get going, spin really, really quickly. Someone earlier was saying they love the app being able to toggle the winds. I'm going to do the same thing. Let's go into the layers menu, and we have two ways of looking at wind in MyRadar. We have ground-based winds and jet stream winds. First, we'll look at the winds at the ground. And of course, you can see here near Topeka. Remember, wind is not about the direction and where it is going, it's where it's coming from. So the wind here at the surface is coming in pretty much from the south, maybe the southeast just a little bit, maybe off of parts of Missouri there, but the wind at the surface out ahead of this front is southerly. Now, if I go back to the layers menu and we go to the jet stream winds, this is the air upstairs. Look at where the wind is coming from now in that instance, almost straight up from the southwest. So we have winds at different speed and different direction with height. These are the ingredients necessary for effectively to start spinning like a top. And that is what we have seen here over the past couple of hours, that once these storms are birthed, which is not taking very long at all, that they are beginning to rotate. Cappucci talked about how in our update video that he pushed out earlier today, that the storms yesterday left over on a boundary, a outflow exhaust boundary, meaning as the storms passed by yesterday, it left behind effectively an area of least resistance for these storms to kind of gobble up and develop along. And that has pretty much been the case for the last 2 hours, where right here we have
Yeah.
just continued to see these storms forming. Not
One
to
thing I
not to
wanted to
mention,
talk.
go ahead, Jen.
Oh yeah, we have a new tornado warning actually from that Boeing line of storms that's moving into extreme northwestern Missouri.
Oh yeah, they
So
keep
that's
extending
actually,
that. Yeah.
yeah, they keep extending that. And that's a dangerous storm. If you look at it and just if you draw on it as well, you can see just how damaging, potentially damaging those ones are. You can see the Boeing line if you even like draw it right on there.
Mm-hmm.
You can see when you see the winds being pushed out like that, you know they're very, very strong, coming basically rushing down like rain cooled air from higher up in that thunderstorm. But we've been watching, this was originally three individual supercells congealed together. A few more probably come into the picture, but the concern is, and why they likely have it as a tornado warning as well, you can see that there is There may be some kinks in rotation, but I think they have it as a tornado warning because of how destructive it is. There is a possible tornado with this. It could, like, at any moment get a little kink, but up to 80 mph, even higher than that, straight line damaging winds and hail.
Hmm.
This is a very nasty storm, and part of the storm. So Peru, Watson, Brownville, Rockport, Tarkio, Westboro, you all need to treat this like a tornado warning. And I was mentioning it just about 5 minutes ago when it wasn't a tornado warning, to treat it as a tornado warning, because straight line wind damage that, or straight line winds that are that high, that strong, can topple over trees. You can have flying debris with that. That's hurricane force wind coming through. You've got hail, large hail that can smash through your windows. You can have flying glass. This is not something that you want to go outside and try and see, or look through your window. You want to stay away from windows because there still could be flying debris as the storm comes moving through. I mean, it doesn't get more profound than that, or pronounced, I should say, as you that bulge right there. That is showcasing extremely high wind that is coming down from the mid levels of that supercell thunderstorm that are rushing down to the surface out ahead of that main storm. And I can only imagine what it looks like, that the shelf cloud that you can see as that is moving through. So again, this is going to continue to be the concern. So yes, there's a threat for tornadoes, and we could easily see a kink in that as well. And so there is a tornado warning on that. And we also have a newly issued severe thunderstorm warning to the north of there as well. But we're going to have to watch this because that Boeing line segment. But look at to the south. Look at this rotation. This is what I'm looking at now,
Yeah, I
too.
think we're going to get a tornado here, Jen.
Yeah, this is a very, very tight rotation. I mean, I don't even have to show you. You can see it just off to the south and west of Pawnee. And what I want to look at really quickly is looking at the rotation. It's really tightened up the past couple scans. So Pawnee City, this is coming straight toward you. You need to be in your safe place. Pawnee City, Table Rock, any of these surrounding areas, you need to be in your safe place. I am going to click off of this. I'm going to zoom out just a little bit, but if you live in Pawnee City, time is running out right now. You need to be in your safe place immediately. Table Rock, any of these surrounding communities, that is a very tight rotation. And you can see, so looking at this, we got the rotation right here, and you can see it's lining up right where the possible tornado should be here on the reflectivity. I do want to switch this over really quickly to the correlation coefficient. I want to see if we can see
Haven't
anything.
seen
And
anything yet, Jen. I keep doing
it,
the same thing because it's
yeah,
it's like, I
it's
mean,
close.
if we're gonna get something, I feel like it's at any moment here. So again, Du
Yeah.
Bois, Pawnee City, time is running out. Minutes matter in this kind of circumstance. You need to be prepared to act. There's still 44 minutes to go on this tornado warning, but all signs point to, at the very least, some very strong winds coming through your neck of the woods. And there we go. Even tighter on the rotation here. Again, when you start to see the blues on the color table, again, it's
Yep.
indicative of some very powerful winds in addition to the red here. Again, this is our rotation, and then coupled with the reflectivity over on the left-hand side of your screen right here, you've got the inflow, the cooler, drier air wrapping around the storm. If we're going to see a tornado, it's right here. So it could be imminent. Imminent. We don't have any storm chasers in the area to get a look at it. Jordan and Cappucci are on the cells to the south and west, as you can see on your screen there. It certainly doesn't look fun where they are, but as it stands, this could be our first tornado that we actually have touching the ground here. Now, I see
Yeah.
someone talking about a debris ball. That is
And we did have a
not the
tornado.
case
Yeah, we had a
whatsoever.
tornado reported earlier today in southeast Nebraska. So this would be our second one of the day. Uh,
Apologies, Jen.
yeah, but it was brief. It was still with this complex of storms, though. It was the northern
Right.
part. So this huge cluster, MCV is it's we've got strong damaging Boeing line there on the eastern side. The southern side, it's tapping into all that shear, and it's
Jen,
hitting the
this is
right
a tornado emergency now for this
spot.
tornado, as we suspected. A tornado emergency in effect for Pawnee City, confirmed by emergency management. This is a tornado on the ground. Again, a tornado emergency is reserved for the worst of the worst. Time, as we mentioned, is running out, if not is over, for Pawnee City and even in Du Bois. You need to be in a safe place right now. Let's look at the correlation coefficient. I might have to switch to a different radar to get a better look at this here.
Yeah.
As again, if it's a tornado emergency, that means we have a tornado on the ground. I am not seeing debris there on the correlation coefficient, but I mean, I'm not saying the National
Maybe
Weather
very
Service.
faint. Yeah, it may be very faint, and maybe it's not kicking up debris or hitting debris that it need. Like the tornado needs to be on the ground and kicking up debris for you to
Right.
really see it. But that is, you've got gate to gate shear right there, and there is definitely a tornado on the ground, large and dangerous. Emergency management has confirmed it. So Pawnee City, this is directly, basically,
On
almost
top of
directly
you.
right over you. Yeah, you need to be in your safe place. Again, this is going to also be near Table Rock as well. And Humboldt. If you live in Humboldt, you need to be getting in your safe place. Humboldt, you are just outside this tornado warning. This should be extended here immediately,
Yeah.
very quickly, because Humboldt, this is coming for you. This is aimed right at you. And then looking down the line, I like to do this. Stella and Schubert, if this stays on the ground, and Dawson, you are all in the track and path of this potentially too. So Humboldt, Dawson, Stella, Schubert, and then Verdon. So again, this it's a small, tight tornado warning, but this should be extended with a long running time just so we can give people enough time to seek shelter, because unfortunately, this is directly over Pawnee City right now and is likely doing damage. So, if there is no correlation coefficient right now, there likely is going to be, unfortunately, after it moves over this area, due to the fact that it needs to hit, the tornado needs to hit things for the debris to be flown up and detected on radar. And
We
so it
haven't.
may be,
I'm sorry, Jen. Go
yeah.
ahead.
Yeah, no. I was just going to say we probably haven't hit enough things,
Right.
buildings, but now it's practically right on top, unfortunately, of Pawnee and just off to the south. So I hope everyone is staying safe there.
Correlation coefficient, I've got it on the left hand side here, is a product. It looks kind of messy, but it's a very helpful product in meteorology. And effectively what it's doing is the radar is looking for objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that don't necessarily belong there. So the reds and yellows that you're seeing here is effectively rain, right? I mean, the radar is used to seeing that. But when it starts to see objects that don't mimic the rain, they'll start to show up as a very distinct kind of bluish dot, if not black, if things are being maxed out. And that's what Jen is alluding to, objects that are being lofted vertically. That could be, I mean, parts of a building, it could be livestock, a car, what have you.
We
The
have it
radar.
now. We have it
Okay.
now. We
Which
have
radar
the
are you using, Jen?
So I am using the same as you, but if you look at where the rotation is, it's right on I would say right on whatever street that is. Has to be some debris right there. We're starting to see a couple of those pixels bottoming out. Right here. This is where I
Yeah.
think we're starting to see it, because that's where we've got the rotation right there. So it's right where we're seeing the tightness here. I
Yeah.
believe that has to be the beginnings of a dropout, because just like Mike was saying, like, this is what it's things that the radar should not be detecting, where it's tree limbs, unfortunately pieces of the buildings that it has hit, but it has to move through a populated area for us to get debris kicked up enough for us to get enough of a dropout, a signal. But I think now it's moving through some more populated areas
Yeah.
that, unfortunately, it's producing damage now. So this tornado is on the ground. This is a very dangerous situation. So, if you are anywhere now, this is just moving east of Pawnee. I mean, it's still practically right over there, but Humboldt, you need to seek shelter immediately. Dawson, you are in the path of this. Stella, this is a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground. And I'm going to wait and see probably the next radar scan. We will get a stronger correlation coefficient, unfortunately, though it's a little
I want to make
messy.
super clear to folks, Jen, as well. On the right-hand side, at least of my screen here, that is not a debris ball. This is a velocity signature. So those are showing you winds. That is not a debris ball. A debris ball would be visible on correlation coefficient, the product I have on the left. I want to make that super duper clear that right now we are seeing the makings of potentially it being on the ground. But as it stands right now, this is not, this isn't a major metropolitan area. It's very likely that homes and businesses are very spread out from one another. So you're not going to necessarily see dust and even some smaller crops getting picked up on the correlation coefficient product. You would need to see objects that are a bit larger for that to be the case. And that would unfortunately come at the expense of course, people's homes, businesses, outbuildings, you name it. The next scan here, I think, will tell us a lot. And Jen, I've got to imagine that the National Weather Service is going to extend this to include Humboldt any minute now, considering that this is just to their west. Tornado emergency continues here. And again, what that means is that there it goes, Jen. They just extended it. I
Yeah,
mean, they
good.
had to.
I'm
Let's
surprised it
see.
didn't come sooner,
And
to
it's
be
not a
completely honest.
tornado emergency for Humboldt, for the record. It is still a confirmed tornado, but the tornado emergency remains in effect for Pawnee City and areas north and east of it. We will see if once that gets handed over to Humboldt, whether or not they continue the tornado emergency. But as it stands right now, this is passing over the Prairie Hill Sports Complex and very local roads here. Schwartz's Greenhouse and extending eastward toward, looks like there might be a school there, the Pleasant Valley School on the way to Humboldt. So this would be effectively right near the Big Nemaha River, just to the south and east of Table Rock. So pretty much right on top of the Pleasant Valley School, which is a small gen ed school there right between Humboldt and Pawnee City. So we'll see if that tornado emergency is extended, and we'll see here on the next scan whether or not the correlation coefficient would spit out anything a bit more menacing. Of course,
And
that would be very
yeah.
troubling to see, Jen.
You know what's interesting is it's not a tornado emergency, but they have on the warning it's a confirmed tornado 4 miles east of Pawnee City, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So, and then it says a second possible tornado was located 4 miles east, southeast of Du Bois, also moving east at 40 miles per hour. So they're
Satellite
talking
tornado.
Yeah, they're talking about a main tornado and a satellite tornado possible. So this is a unique situation here that we have going on right now. And surprising, with both of that being said, it's not a tornado emergency, which is very kind of confusing to me, but that's fine. What we need to just let you know that if you live in Humboldt, you need to be getting into your safe place. There is a large and dangerous tornado confirmed on the ground with a possible satellite tornado. What a satellite tornado is, it's usually a weaker tornado that is rotating around the main circulation. So it likely isn't as strong as the larger tornado, but I can see now, look at, okay, so it's interesting.
New rotation, Jen, southwest of
Yes,
Salem. Do you see that?
yes, I was looking at that. That's exactly what I was looking at. Hold on. And that they're looking at where the possible satellite tornado is. So I'm going to circle a few things for everyone going right here. So we've got this rotation right there. We've got possible new rotation here. It's very volatile atmosphere. We could have, this is where the satellite tornado could be. It said by Du Bois, or how, I forget how they
Yeah,
said to
Du Bois.
pronounce it. Du Bois. So this is exactly what they're talking about. This one right here is the main tornado circulation. And then we had likely a brief satellite tornado near Du Bois. And now we have a possible third circulation right here, which is pretty far south of Dawson. So again, this just shows you how volatile the atmosphere is at this time, where we are getting satellite tornadoes, but also, even though these storms are a little messy at times, they've congealed together. We've got this big cluster, the severe thunderstorm. There are still significant areas of rotation that are reorganizing. And this is 100% a confirmed tornado on the ground. This should be treated as a tornado emergency. Again, this is where we had the satellite tornado possible just a second ago. I am going to go like this. I want to zoom in. It's Humboldt. If you live in Humboldt, Dawson, Stella, Schubert, uh, Verdon, you need to be in your safe place now. Your sirens are going off, your phones are going off. This is a very dangerous situation with a large and dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground producing damage, and a possible satellite tornado at that, which can also produce damage. So you need to get to the lowest level, basement, an interior room, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I know it may be exciting. You may want to go outside and try and see it. And that is definitely the last thing
Bad
you need to
idea.
be doing, because you could flying debris, large hail, everything is possible. But right now it is on your doorstep in Humboldt. So you just need to protect yourself. You put on, think about bike helmets, pillows, blankets, get into that interior room, stay there, watch us live on the app, and we are going to walk you through it and let you know when you're in the all clear. But again, this large and dangerous tornado, and I hate to say it, it is just about to be moving. It just moved south of Table Rock. I mean, Humboldt for you, I mean, it is about to be on you and you may not see it. It may be hard to see. So you need to just get into your safe place and just hunker down and do the best you can to protect yourself and your loved ones from debris and flying debris, because this is a very dangerous situation that we have going on right now. What I am going to do is looking at this. Usually they give an update, some updates typically on the tornado warning. They still haven't confirmed. They haven't updated it. Let's see what we can look at with the correlation coefficient. So I'm going to move this around, center it, and I want to see, we're right here is where we would see a dropout in the correlation coefficient. So let's see if yep, we've got the right here.
It's small, but yeah, it's there.
It's there. And this may be barely a little bit of something too. So there may not be much for the tornado to hit. And so that's why we like when it hits a direct city or when there's a lot of buildings it impacts, you're going to see a more pronounced correlation coefficient. But we are definitely seeing that there's debris in the air. There's a tornado on the ground. We're seeing that with the velocity product. We're seeing that with the correlation coefficient. So I can't express enough. Humboldt. You've got basically minutes, seconds, that's it. This tornado is directly over you. Dawson, Stella, Verdon, Schubert, you need to be in a safe place. So you need to be in a sturdy structure in the building or home that you are in. Just get into the lowest level that you possibly can. That basement, an interior bathroom, getting in the bathtub is a good idea. Protecting your head with pillows and blankets, potentially having your kids put on their bike helmets, anything that you can do to protect yourself and your family. You want to stay away from windows. It's going to be very hard to see this, but that is a confirmed and dangerous tornado on the ground. But look at this one. We could be having, as crazy as this may sound, twin tornadoes at the same time. Let's see what we have going on here. And it is possible we have a very volatile environment. I'm going to circle these two rotations right here. So the one right near Humboldt, and then this right here, just off to the west of Salem. So yeah, we could be looking at two different tornadoes. I'm going to go like this. I'm going to switch back over to correlation coefficient. It looks like there may be a dropout on this southern one, Mike. Just little, it looks like it's part of the road, but it's not.
Mm-hmm.
There's a little bit, I wouldn't be surprised, and there's just a little bit of blue here. So again, we could have two tornadoes on the ground at the same time. So again, Salem, you need to seek shelter. Humboldt, this is already over you. So Salem, Verdon, Dawson, Schubert, Stella, Falls City. This may actually move to the west and north of you, barely Falls City. but you need to be in your safe place. I would treat this as a tornado emergency, even though this isn't technically a tornado emergency that it was issued. But there are two tornadoes likely on the ground right now. At least this one, we're seeing the correlation coefficient. And I would say with this one, likely a drop in the correlation coefficient too. So we got two tornadoes on the ground, very close to each other. One just about to moving through Humboldt, one just off to the west of Salem. So if you live anywhere in these areas, you need to seek shelter as quickly as possible. It has now moved over Humboldt. And so, again,
Jen,
a
Jordan
very,
Hall, for the record, is chasing a storm to the southwest of
okay,
those. That
okay.
is a radar indicated storm for Blue Rapids, Waterville, Linden, Greenleaf, Barnes Green, and Palmer. It's the same tornado warned storm that we've been tracking for seemingly what feels like forever. You can see on his shot there, Jack, if you want to pull it up here, he was chasing it not too long ago. It seems like he's trying to get in position. The rotation is there. This storm is kind of latched on to a cluster to its south and west, but the rotation is definitely present where Jordan is. If you guys are looking at my screen, Jordan, is this play button right here. So he is looking southwest toward the rotation. It's very possible that we could see a tornado developing here momentarily where he is in Lincoln, Kansas. So just wanted to make you guys aware of that. There's storms even to the south and west there as well that continue to develop. Cappucci is on the storm just to the southwest there too, near Wakefield and northeast of Manchester. But Jen, we continue to watch those two confirmed tornadoes near Humboldt, Dawson, Verdon, and Schubert, in addition to Falls City, which is downline of the storm right now that is advancing past Salem. We told you that things were going to be moving really quickly and
Yes.
developing pretty quickly. And Jen, yeah, is that the CC drop out there southwest of Salem?
Oh, we were already detecting there was 1 pixel. Once you get a pixel, we were already seeing a dropout there. So there's two likely on the ground. So yeah, we noticed that before that there was a dropout with both of them. So yeah, there was two on the ground.
Right. I mean,
With
they're really close to each other.
They are really close to each other. I'm gonna circle. Oops, I'm gonna get
By
the
the way, this is a PDS tornado warning now, Jen. So that is
good.
confirmation that there's a tornado on the ground. I mean, we can see that here near Salem. So that satellite tornado is now the more troubling one. So again, if you live in Salem, Falls City, now is the time to act. You need to be in a basement. If you do not have a basement, you have a storm shelter, great. If you don't have either of those, that's okay too. You need to go to an interior room in your home. If you're in a room with windows, it's the wrong room. In
Yes.
my house, it is the closet underneath my stairs. Jen, where's a safe place in your home?
Oh, it's under the stairs too. We have a
There you
closet. It's
go.
right. Yeah, yeah. That's where we
So
go.
yeah,
It's the
so
best
I
one.
mean, you have a big family, Jen. I have a big family. We have 2 dogs. It's definitely a tight squeeze, but I mean, when you gotta go to that safe place, and now is the time to act. You shouldn't be figuring it out right now where the safe place in your home is. You need to act. Time is of the essence. This is a PDS tornado warning. That means a particularly dangerous situation. You can see the new tags in the MyRadar app that when something is PDS or tornado emergency warned, that you'll see this tag at the very top of the warning. So dangerous tornado confirmed, seek immediate shelter to protect your life. These are not light words to use here. Now you can see on our correlation coefficient, it's somewhat difficult to find, but these little blue specks here, that's indicative of something being lofted vertically into the atmosphere that doesn't belong there. Again, the radar's not going to be able to determine what that is, whether it's a person, parts of a roof, a tree, livestock. There's no way of knowing, but what we do know is that it doesn't belong there and it's not rain. Another
Yeah.
product I haven't looked at yet here, Jen, is spectrum width. And this is a
Yeah.
really interesting product that detects chaotic movement in the atmosphere, kind of the jagged, chaotic movement within the atmosphere. This is a somewhat newer radar product, and wouldn't you know it, right where we're seeing not only our rotation signature, but we're also seeing a very small correlation coefficient return would be, again, this black dot right here is very likely where our tornado is right now, approaching on the southwestern side of Salem as we speak. It is very likely moving through town right now. So if you can hear my voice and that is where you are, you need to remain sheltered until the all clear. Same thing goes for Humboldt, Stella, and Schubert. There's an additional tornado on the backside right here. And in fact, on the reflectivity, you can even see that donut hole in green there. That's the BWER. That means that this storm is still chugging along, meaning that the updraft, the vertical motion within the storm is so intense that it is not allowing the rain to fall, not allowing precipitation to fall. That means it's kind of like in the movie Titanic. I don't know if I'm dating myself there, Jen, but when they're shoveling all the coal into the engine room, that's what we're doing right here to this particular storm. It is all systems go. And again, it's the environment today. You've got all the spin. It's 5 o'clock Central Time. We're talking prime time heating of the day here as this front comes in on the western edge. Meanwhile, all these storms are the leading edge of that front, or out ahead of it, I should say. So this is what we called for. The front, as that passes through, will bring very strong, if not destructive winds overnight tonight. But it's the storms out ahead of the main line that are going to be able to gobble up all of that low-level helicity or spin in the lower levels of the atmosphere, combined with all of the shear present in the mid and upper levels too. So we have 2 tornadoes here. Jen, this is still a PDS. They haven't upgraded this to a tornado emergency, but you should take it very, very seriously. By the way, the same thing goes for this tornado in Salem, another BWER here. So this is just powerful, powerful, 2 powerful storms pretty much within the one singular cell.
Yeah, it is within the one cell. And actually, so it's interesting enough, this Salem cell, so the Humboldt one actually had a satellite tornado associated with it farther off to the west. This is a completely different circulation and rotation along the main large complex that we have. So in Salem, and it looks like the Salem tornado now is looking stronger than what the Humboldt is. But which I like to see. We definitely like to see, but still very dangerous situation that we have going on, and just shows you how volatile and how quickly things can spin up, and you don't have to have a perfect supercell thunderstorm for this to happen. I mean, we have a huge cluster, and this is on the southern end of that cluster where you're getting both of these tornadoes. We had 2 tornadoes at the exact same time. So again, you need to be in your safe place. If you are near Salem, you're heading between Falls City and Verdon. That is where you need to be seeking shelter, especially Verdon. You need to be in your safe place now, and farther off to the east of Verdon. Very dangerous situation with a confirmed tornado on the ground. Humboldt, this is just passing off to the east of you now. If you're in Stella and Schubert, you need to be seeking shelter because there's likely still a tornado on the ground there for you. So again, this is a very dangerous night, and probably one of the highest risks that we've seen when it comes to severe weather and tornadoes. And even off to the north of taking a look where we've been watching the northern side of this larger complex where we're having the tornado warnings. There's a new tornado warning, and it's for, let's see,
Coyne, College Springs, Shambach, Clorinda.
Yep. Or in Iowa. Yeah. This is for ping pong ball size hail moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So southeastern Fremont County and southern Page County. So I just want you to be aware of this. You definitely need to seek shelter if you are in the path of this. But let's look at
the bump out on that thing too, Jen, on the velocity scan up near Tarkio and Westboro. I mean, you are just seeing this thing bowing out like crazy. And again, folks, when you start to see the bending of the storms there, it's called a bow echo, like when you pull back on a bow. What's happening here is these winds are rushing so fast out ahead of the line of this storm that by the time the radar beam goes out, and comes back, hence the name reflectivity, right? As it goes out, it comes back in, bounces off of the precipitation within the atmosphere, that by the time that it comes back, the storm is moving so fast that it gives off that bending kind of shape. And that is what you are seeing here. Not to mention, again, the winds at the surface kind of coming in from the south. So you're seeing it kind of folding in on itself here near Westboro. That's why there is that tornado warning there, hence the indication of a tornado, but not a confirmed one, unlike this one, Jen, that is now right on top of Verdon, Salem, and approaching Falls City. Again, we have two areas of circulation, but now it is that leading one, the one on the right-hand side here, that is of the greatest concern. This is a PDS tornado warning, meaning particularly dangerous situation. Ergo, Craig, you are down line of this, as is Fairfax, approaching I-29 in Nebraska. You are not in Fairfax, and Craig and Ergo, you are not in the tornado warning as it stands right now, but we are likely going to see the handoff happen here very soon. 33 minutes to go within this tornado warning, where again we have two areas of circulation, Jen, two confirmed tornadoes. The one on the left side near Humboldt was a tornado emergency, and now this one on the right, the circulation on the leading side, is now our PDS, particularly dangerous situation.
Yeah.
A dangerous night continues to unfold. And again, the prime heating of the day is right now Central Time, 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So
Yeah.
This is entering the period of time where you can see that highest and most explosive growth before things start to cool down a little bit. I mean, that doesn't mean you're out of the woods by any stretch, but right now is when you would expect things to really fire off. And that is what we are finding.
Yeah, and if I look farther down to the south, so I switched my radar to be out of Topeka. And so if Jack, you want to take my radar, and we're doing all of this, and we've had multiple questions today. What app are you using? We're using the MyRadar app. It's so easy, and you can get a free trial for the premium features, which is what we are using. So we're using MyRadar this entire time while we're broadcasting. We're not using anything else. It's MyRadar, which is so cool. We can look at the future radar. We can show you the watches, the warnings. We can look at the winds from at the surface to the jet stream. There's so many different things we can do with MyRadar, so you can easily try it for free. And after things calm down a little bit, we'll probably re-show the QR code. But right now, I want to talk about some of the tornado warnings where these have ramped up again. We were watching these storms kind of weaken, kind of congeal together. Now things are reorganizing, and I'm looking at this. Do you see this on my screen? This right here, south of Waterville and Blue Rapids. So I switched my radar here to Topeka. This is where I'm looking at some rotation here. This is an active tornado warning. We do have some more rotation to the south of here. So again, this just shows you how volatile the environment is. This is the updated tornado warning. So this is for Washington County and Marshall County. This is Northeast
That's
Kansas.
Confirmed, Jen. That is a confirmed tornado.
Yes, it is. It's a confirmed tornado. The spotters confirmed this tornado at 5:04. So it was southwest of Waterville. So it's ping pong ball size hail. So this is a very dangerous situation. I'm going to circle this once again. If you are south of Waterville, if you're in Blue Rapids, you need to be getting into your safe place. You can
Jordan
see
is on that storm,
wraparound
Jen.
hook. Would you say?
Jordan is on that storm. Jack,
Yeah.
if we want to take it, we can see what we're finding. There's the wall cloud right in front of you. It's kind of on the front right-hand side of the screen, that lowering at the base of the cloud. We could very well, I mean, it's very possible that the tornado is there. It's just a little difficult to see. It could very well be on the ground right there. Again, it's also very possible that these storms could be bouncing up and down. I believe it's right there in front, Jen. It's a little tough to see, but this is going to be our best shot. Right there in the center of the screen. It doesn't seem to be super easy to see, but I believe that the rotation is there just at the base of that wall cloud there. So Jordan is right on this thing. For folks that are watching on TikTok, I can't show you when our storm chasers are driving, giving the community guidelines for TikTok, but we can show you if you join us in the MyRadar app or on one of our other social media platforms. Come join us on Twitch or YouTube. All right, so I would imagine Jordan is going to pull over here momentarily to get a good look at this thing.
Yeah,
But you
and
can
so
also see, Jen, right? It's not like this is a major metropolitan area. I mean, it's beautiful. Look at that house that we're passing by. Shout out to those people with the livestock in the backyard there. But that this is kind of a good thing that this isn't just a densely populated area, because a tornado, I mean, does not care. Mother Nature is very fickle in that sense.
it really is. And so, gosh, watching the lightning too, this is a very powerful, dangerous storm. We've been watching every single
It's
storm
radar indicated now,
here.
Jen, so it lifted as we saw.
Okay, yeah. And it makes sense. So we've seen storms, though it's tightening up again. The latest radar scan has it tight and it's approaching Blue Rapids. It's about to cross over Highway 77, I believe. And so it actually already has crossed over Highway 77, trying to figure out, oh, and actually maybe 77 just kind of continues. But Blue Rapids, this is heading toward you. It is tightening up again. I wouldn't be surprised in the next couple minutes it touches back down. But this is a very dangerous situation. So if you live in, near, around Blue Rapids, you need to take shelter immediately. Frankfurt and areas between Betty and Frankfurt, you need to seek shelter. This is coming towards you down the line. But this is a very dangerous situation. And I want to zoom out a little bit. We are also looking at this rotation down here. There is still a tornado warning for this. But this is clearly a lot more pronounced and it's heading right towards Rapids. And then it's going to be heading this way. So between Betty and Frankfurt, it's going to be moving in your direction, that rotation, and it could produce a tornado at any time. It's tightened up again, that rotation. It did briefly weaken, but it did tighten up. And looking here at these supercells, so these are two supercells. You can kind of see this first hook, and then you see the second one. So again, we've got two. If you look at the reflectivity, we've got two supercells wrapping around two rotations. The southern one did look tighter earlier.
It's
Now
confirmed again, Jen. It's back on the ground.
that doesn't surprise me because I just like I was saying with that tightened rotation, whoops, we kind of moved away a little bit. Let's see if I can grab the radar. Um you can see that it's got a very, very tight rotation. Hold on, let me see if I can zoom out here. There we go. And you can see it's a very dangerous situation for Blue Rapids. You need to be in your safe place. If you're on Highway 77 at all, you need to be pulling off somewhere where you can seek shelter. And let's see if we can get a good visual of this from Jordan Hall. I know he is running. He is in actually a really good spot right now. If I
928 people, by the way, Jen, in this community, which again, for these smaller rural communities, that's a fair amount of people from at least the last census in 2020.
Yeah,
Looks like Jordan is, positioning to be able to see this here. I know.
he's
Shout out Casey's General Store. He's a big fan. Oh, Jordan might actually be stopping to get some gas, it looks like.
yeah, he's trying to
He
it's
is.
good of
So
you.
so Jack will come back to Jordan there. He's in a caravan with all the chasers there.
Yeah.
But yeah, Jen, this is kind of the time in the evening where we expected everything to kind of pick up fairly considerably, and it is most definitely verifying. Meanwhile, Cappucci is on the southern storms here, where it seems like really any of these storms at any moment could really tighten up and spit something out here. So
Yeah,
Cappucci's down here near Abilene, Kansas. It looks like he might be getting gas as well. Look at that. Great minds think alike.
I know everyone's trying to get some get. Well, the thing is, things are ramping up, and it can be a lot more dangerous at night with
Yeah.
these storms. And looking this one, this kind of this cell right here is kind of
I'll keep
like
an eye on the
filling
northern ones. By the way,
the.
confirmed tornadoes up there.
Okay, yeah, we can go back up there. But
PDSs
yeah,
continue for Verdon, Arago. Now Craig and Mound City are part of that tornado warning too.
okay,
The rotation approaching Arago right now, again, is a PDS tornado warning that was spotted near Fall City roughly 4 minutes ago. So you need to act. You need to be in a safe place immediately. This is again for Nebraska. I see a ton of people in the chat asking about where this is. We are in Nebraska. Please share the live stream wherever it is that you are watching. We want to make sure that people get this information and then act upon it. Jen, I know you mentioned before that the folks that live in this part of the world are probably hearing their sirens going. Remember, a siren is not indicative of a tornado on the ground. It's just simply letting you know that you are under a tornado warning. So it's not, it should not be used as a primary source for you to go to your safe place for what it's worth. But you need to respect the polygon. Shout out to James Spann.
Yeah, yes, you do need 100% to respect the polygon because this is a very dangerous situation. And let's see if I can pull up. I'm having trouble getting the
It's the
radar.
Erigo one now. That's the only one that's PDS. Again, that stands for particularly dangerous situation. That's approaching Erigo and then working its way toward I-29 and Craig, Nebraska, just north of Falls City.
And I need to switch over to the radars. There's multiple things. So what you can see right
got
here
a correlation. Sorry, Jen, got a CC signature here too. It's right here. We have the tornado on the ground. It's small, at least on the CC. But remember, that is showing us objects that are being lofted vertically into the atmosphere. So whatever this is, whoop, it just advanced on me. Whatever that is, those two blue dots, that's our tornado, or at least that's debris that's being kicked up. So it's very possible it hits something. As to what that something is, I couldn't tell you just based on looking at the radar product, but it certainly did.
Yeah, and it's a very dangerous situation. I'm trying to switch over to looking at a couple different radars right now, trying to see where I can look at different angles of it. But it's interesting, that one storm right there, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tornado warnings on that one. And there's a tornado warning for the northern part of, basically we've got tornado warnings all along this whole line of storms right here. And
Jordan's
severe
back on the road, by the way, for this storm that is tornado confirmed near Blue Rapids. So back on the road, let's see if we can see this thing. He's looking toward it.
Oh, excuse me.
Bless you.
Oh, thank you.
So he's in Blue Rapids, Kansas. Again, this is a confirmed tornado. The storm that you are seeing, that Storm Chaser Jordan Hall is on. Cappucci's on the southwestern side of this particular line. I mean, as Jen just alluded to, we went from, I don't want to say things calming down, but we had one tornado-warned storm. Now there are multiple ones as the prime heating of the day has been reached. You've got potentially that low-level jet starting to kind of come into play a little bit here as things do begin to kind of cool down on the other side, the back nine, if you will. It's 5:23 Central Time, so it's not like it's cold right now for folks in Kansas. I'm just waiting to see whether or not we can see anything. Of course, there's a lot of lightning. Of course, a lot of people just parked on the side of the road there. Yeah, that person in the road. That's great. So let's. We're
watching.
You can see, I was going to say, Jen, off in the distance, it's really kind of hard to spot, but you can see the rain shaft, that darker kind of column on the left-hand side of the screen. Yes, Jack. Oh, sorry. Jack says I should be closer to the microphone. No worries, Jack. So the
you can see now.
Yeah, you can see the rain shaft. So what I mean by that is the darker kind of columns on the left-hand side of the screen. They look like kind of wispies in the sky. That is rain. I mean, again, a lot of it, enough so that we can see it from this distance. So that's fairly neat to see. But of course, the situation is not neat. I'm just curious if that is our storm there, or at least that could potentially be where it was. So many people parked on the side of the road. At least they're off the road. I can't stand when people stop in the road or slow down. Jeez, someone sneezed. I could hear you through the wall. Whoever that was, gesundheit. Okay. All right.
So what's interesting too, he's right in Blue Rapids. So, I mean, the rotation is practically
right there. Yeah.
Them. So, I mean, if they're seeing, I mean, if it's on the ground, they're seeing it, which is interesting. So it's great. This is why we need storm chasers, because they give us the ground truth. So yes, we can have a warning, we can see the correlation coefficient, but when we actually can visually see the tornado, we know it's on the ground. That just helps that much more to tell the story and to get people to seek shelter and get to their safe place. So again, we still have it. They have it confirmed. They haven't updated it yet, but that rotation, I mean, it's there. I mean, it's
Yeah, the
decent.
hook is really pronounced too.
Yeah, so we'll see. I would say that may be the best rotation other than what we're seeing farther off to the north there, with that confirmed tornado on the ground as well. Very dangerous situation up there. Gonna check their particularly dangerous situation. The tornado confirmed multi-vortex tornado north of Falls City at 5:15. So that was 10 minutes ago. Chasers talking about a multi-vortex tornado. So it's crazy how quickly this tornado spun up. But again, this is a particularly dangerous situation. This is a large confirmed tornado 7 miles northeast of Falls City. So it's been 10 minutes. It's moved from there. I'm going to zoom in a little bit on this, and I'm actually going to look at the track. One thing that's really awesome and that I like to do and that my radar allows you to do, I kind of like to look back in time to see trends, whether it's the storm development, the rotation. That's what I'm going to do right now. So we're looking at that rotation, and it's been solid, and it's moving off to the north and east. And what is right in the path of this tornado is Fairfax. So if you live in Fairfax, surrounding areas, you need to be getting into your safe place and looking ahead to Burlington Junction, which is currently under a tornado warning for a different storm. Burlington Junction, this is also heading towards you. So you need to be prepared for this. If you live anywhere, like it's interesting just looking at this picture right now, how kind of messy it is, but showing you how many different tornado warnings we have. We have one, two, three, four, five, six overlapping this one giant complex of storms, but we've got this very dangerous confirmed tornado on the ground. I can't emphasize this enough. And you can see where we've got I was going to say the donut hole right there. Bounded weak echo region, but look at this. This is the rotation we're looking at. Let me switch over to the correlation coefficient, because I want to show and see what we're seeing. And the good news is it doesn't look like it's been moving through highly populated areas, but it's enough. It's doing damage, and so we're seeing it. We've had reported spotters report that it has multi-vortices, which when you get multi-vortices, you know the atmosphere is prime. There's a lot of spin in the atmosphere, a lot of helicity, and so this is all getting rotated into the updraft, and it's allowing these supercells to spin. And unfortunately, this storm is still very tight, still looks like there's a tornado on the ground, and it is approaching Fairfax. You need to seek shelter immediately, and it's just off to the west and north of Craig. So if you're in the path of this, you need to seek shelter. This is a particularly dangerous situation. It has been confirmed on the ground. It has been producing damage and will likely continue to do so. So if you live in any of these communities, get into the sturdiest structure that you can. Get into the lowest level, whether it's a basement or interior bathroom or closet. Again, as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure to put on sneakers, protect your head and your body with pillows and blankets and everything. You need to do what you can to protect yourself. And
I think
actually,
Jordan is going to see this thing any minute. By the way, Jen,
okay,
I'm seeing
yeah,
other folks that are other storm chasers from other outlets that are right there near Jordan. So I
yeah.
think momentarily he looks like he's back on the road again, probably just trying to reposition. This thing is right near him. There is indeed a tornado there. It looks like he just doesn't have a good vantage point on it.
Yeah.
But Jordan's a pro, so he's moving. I think he probably took a moment to figure out where's going to not only the best place for him to go, but the safest place for him to go. Don't think that these storm chasers are just completely disregard safety. They're definitely trying to document things as best they can, but as safely as they can. So Jordan's
And
on the road here in Blue Rapids, where this is not PDS. This is just a confirmed tornado, which of course is very serious. You need to heed all of those warnings. This is on its way toward Beatty, just about to pass. It looks like Highway 77 there between Beatty and Blue Rapids.
yeah, and so where they just trimmed it back a little bit as it's pushing off to the east. We do have a tornado warning, including Wakefield and Milford. There's some rotation there. There's some in the northern storm near Liberty, but that is the strongest rotation of the southern storms that I can see as I'm looking as they're stretching farther on to the south. And the interesting thing is, like, these storms are moving somewhat quickly, but they are also taking their time in a way and training over the same area. So multiple locations, you're getting tornado warning after tornado warning. And so I can understand that it may be exhausting and you think that you just like went through a tornado warning, nothing happened, maybe. And so should you seek shelter for the second one? Yes, you should. Every tornado warning, you need to seek shelter because there is that risk. And at any moment, at any time, the velocity, if there is no tornado on the ground currently, there could be. So again, it's a very scary situation. And looking at some of the northern storm here approaching Fairfax, it's a very scary moment because this is a confirmed tornado on the ground. That rotation still looking very strong. And there, let me see if we actually have debris with this storm. So I'm going to look at this right here. And we're going to look at the correlation coefficient. And what the great thing is, with what we have with MyRadar, there are so many tools for you to dissect the weather, whether there's, severe weather or not, no matter what you're trying to do. But we're looking to see if we see any type of correlation coefficient dropout. And it's hard because we're in a remote area, so the tornado and storm might be randomly hitting different buildings, but it's sporadic in different parts. So we don't have a totally tight debris signature, which is a good thing because it's not hitting as many things. We're in more of a remote area, but still it is causing damage. So Fairfax, you're running out of time. Fairfax, you have minutes to get into your safe place. So if you can do so, make sure to get whatever building or home that you are in, get into the lowest level, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Stay away from windows. Think about pillows and blankets to protect yourself. But looking at this overarching complex, I'm going to zoom out a little bit. This huge complex of storms, I'm going to move this back over to reflectivity. We've been watching this producing quite a significant amount of damage, not just because of the tornado potential, but straight line winds. Look at this new tornado warning right here. It includes Claremont, Hopkins. Um, this is, and let's see, it may likely be due, let's see, tornado radar indicated rotation, ping pong ball size hail, and possible tornado. But also, we had up to 80-mile-per-hour damaging straight line winds at one point. It doesn't look like it's as strong right now, but still there is some rotation where it could produce a tornado at any time. This is moving off to the northeast at about 40 miles per hour. And looking at, we've got multiple tornado warnings. So again, right around College Springs to Elmo, you can see it right here where we've got this bowing line right here. We've been watching this tracking off to the east, and that's where you can have some of the strongest winds. That's where we have two different tornado warnings. And then to the south of there, that's where we have our confirmed tornado on the ground and our where we had a tornado emergency and particularly dangerous situation. We're going to zoom in here. It is closing in on you, Fairfax. I just can't express this enough. If you can do so, get to the lowest level of your home or the building you're in immediately. If you're in a building, you're not sure where there's a safe place for you to be, just ask someone and find just a closet or somewhere where you can just put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you are watching us and maybe you're not under a warning, but you know friends that are, tell them to watch the MyRadar app to tune us in because we can come with you into your safe place. You can watch us live on the app and we can talk you through the storm. And so that way you don't have to be watching the TV or doing anything else. You have us in your pocket. So you can get into your safe place, hunker down, protect yourself and your family and watch us. And then we can give you all the all clear when it's over. But Fairfax, this is coming for you. So I want you to be in your safe place. And then as we move through time, Burlington Junction, this may eventually make it up to you if it holds together. If you live between Fairfax and Burlington Junction, you need to definitely get in your safe place and look at that pronounced rotation. So there's still rotation, you know, for you, Fairfax, but the worst of it is obviously to your south. So again, you may miss the worst of it, but still you need to seek shelter. We're still seeing the velocity product there and the winds, and so we've been hearing that this is a multi-vortex tornado from spotters. So this is something where we need to monitor this very closely. I do want to drive a little bit more south. I want to see what's happening with the storm that Jordan is on. We've got multiple storm chasers that are on this particular tornado warning. The one to the south near Wakefield has been allowed to expire, but we still have got this one with Jordan on this particular cell. And let's see if we got, I'm watching Jordan's feed. And what's kind of cool about looking at the storm, he's kind of moving away from it there, as you can see how dark it is in the core of the storm and kind of where you might
Because
see the hail.
it's still 5:30. Sorry, Jen. It's still 5:30 in the, the early evening, right?
Yeah, yeah, it is. It is still 5:30. And to that point, we're just getting going. Now things started, with the timing of it, we started about 2:30. We started getting our first tornado warnings around, I would say, 1:55, 2 o'clock in the afternoon. So we've been going for a while. These lines are going to continue to congeal and shift off to the east, but that tornado threat, especially as we're nearing sunset, that low level jet is beginning to kick in. These are shifting east into where we have the outflow boundaries, some lingering
Now we got a good
boundaries.
shot of it, Jen, on
Yeah, okay,
Jordan's
let's
shot
see.
here.
I like it.
It looks like there could even be a secondary circulation just outside of the tornado warning to the southwest, but we're looking
Yep.
right here. It looks like Jordan is going to pull over here. Yep. So we'll keep a keen eye here. It's very possible there on the right-hand side is your wall cloud. Again, that lowering beneath the cloud deck.
Yeah,
We'll see what Jordan does.
he's right on it.
I was talking to him about, one of these days when we do a live stream for him to fly his drone live. Yes, Jack. Microphone.
Okay.
Am I not talking into the microphone? Sorry about that.
I hear you. I hear you.
Okay.
pretty
No,
well,
you hear
but-
me. You hear me coming through a different microphone, Jen. Okay.
Oh.
How's that, Jack? Better? Okay, sweet. So look at the sheets of rain. You can see reflecting off of his lights of the rear of his vehicle there.
That is an intense storm. Like, even if they're like, he can't see the tornado right now, just looking at that heavy rain, the hail, and the wind, these aren't storms you want to be hanging out in at all whatsoever. You need to be in your safe place, 100%. And look at these tornado watches. The one great thing that we have on the stream right now is at the bottom, you can see the tornado watches and areas that are impacted. So, and you can see the time as well. One is until 8 o'clock, one is until 10 o'clock. We're likely going to see more severe thunderstorm watches and tornado watches issued farther down the line, including likely Topeka, Kansas City later on this evening, and possibly into the early morning hours of tomorrow. This is where we're seeing that rotation. There's some other rotation, some secondary rotation, but this is what we're looking at right
Jack, can you take
here.
Jordan in full? I think we're looking at it here.
Yeah.
Again, I'm seeing on some other chasers on social media, the ghost train, right? Where you can see the
So
effectively. Sorry?
they've confirmed. So 4 minutes ago, our emergency management confirmed a tornado at 5:28 east of Blue Rapids.
Yeah.
So yeah, damaging tornado and ping pong ball size hail. So it was a confirmed tornado, 6 miles northeast of Blue Rapids, moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. So again, this is confirmed by emergency
This is
management.
Nebraska, folks, that are asking where this is. Where is it at? This is Nebraska. Blue Rapids.
No. This is Kansas.
Kansas. Sorry, Jen. Thank you. I keep getting mixed up here. This is Kansas. Blue Rapids, Kansas, approaching Frankfort, Kansas. Thank you, Jen. Apologies to the big red nation. Apologies.
Yeah, and no worries because there's numerous tornado warnings
We
up
keep
in southeast
jumping state
Nebraska.
to state here. Yeah.
Yeah. So what's hard though is what you're seeing in his shot. He's likely on a dirt road perhaps or a gravel road. It doesn't look like it's paved, but the fact is he's in very heavy rain right now. And if you like I'm looking at the velocity product too. And it is a rain wrap tornado. That's like it's going to be hard to see this. You do not want
Mm-hmm.
to try and look for it because you will look at it and think you're seeing rain and it could be a tornado coming directly at you. So you need to be in the safest place that you can be. But yeah, Jordan is probably trying to, and actually let me see which one Jordan is. We've got multiple chasers on this cell. So hold on one second.
Jordan's right there, smack dab in the center. He's right near the circulation. So
Yeah, I'm
that's why
watching
that's
it.
why I want to keep his shot up here, because I think if we're going to see the tornado, it's only going to be briefly, given, as you mentioned, Jen, the fact that it's wrapped up in rain. For the record, Matthew Cappucci, as you can probably see on your screen as well, or you saw momentarily, he's southwest of this particular storm. So I know that he's pushing north and eastward as this threat rolls on here. But Jordan is out ahead of him
Ooh. Look at
up
that view.
into Frankfort, Kansas. Yeah,
Look at the inflow, the tail
the
maybe.
beaver tail. Yeah, on the left hand
Yeah,
side there.
look at that. So yeah, so Jordan is trying to probably he's trying to get a better view of it as it's also, it's rain wrapped. I mean, you've been watching
Woo!
him.
Big lightning strike.
Yeah, he is now trying to, he's in less rain right now. I'm looking where he is on the velocity, but yeah, um, he's trying to be smart and Jordan knows meteorology. He knows weather. He knows how to maneuver and get the best views. I've never seen anyone like Jordan that can do that along with Capucci. Both of them are incredible at getting through the storm. And oh God, looking at that rotation right now.
Jen, just for what it's worth, the tornado to the southwest that's over Wakefield, Kansas right now, that is confirmed by weather spotters. Now, it's
Okay.
not in Manhattan yet, but Manhattan, not New York, Manhattan, Kansas, home of Kansas State University. So again, we will keep you posted. You are not under a tornado warning. They just extended it, literally as I'm talking, to include Bala, Leonardville, Riley, Randolph, Oldsburg, and Westmoreland. As it stands right now, that tornado warning is in effect for the next 47 minutes. Now, they have it radar indicated for all of those communities that I just listed. But
Yeah.
again, for Wakefield, just to the southwest here, that is, again, a confirmed tornado 4 miles east of Wakefield. It's likely very weak, but it is there. You can actually see a couple of areas of rotation, one on the backside here, but then down here near Milford again. If I zoom out just a little bit, this little play button here, that's meteorologist Matthew Cappucci. So my guess is he's probably taking Interstate 70 here to rush out ahead of the line, perhaps to intercept it somewhere up here near Manhattan or into Wamego or even into Louisville here. So that remains to be seen. But I just wanted to let you all know, again, Manhattan, you are not under a tornado warning, but there are tornado warned storms to your west, one of which that is confirmed, Jen. So we can jump back to that storm that Jordan is on in the northern the northern portion of the line up near Blue Rapids. But it does seem that rotation is tightening up a little bit here, right where Jordan is, and that is so wrapped up in rain on Jordan's shot there. Whether or not we're even going to be able to see anything could be pretty tough.
Yeah, and really quickly, I want to talk about the one cell farther off to the north. They extended the tornado warning, so this is more of the complex that's pushing into like northwest Missouri and Iowa. But we do have a particularly dangerous situation. We've got a tornado warning for northeastern Holt County in northwestern Missouri and central Nottoway County in northwestern Missouri until 6:30. So the dangerous tornado was located near Fairfax or 11 miles north of Mound City, moving east at 45 miles per hour. So again, this is a tornado on the ground, Maryville, Burlington Junction, Skidmore, Pickering. Arcoy and Quitman are in the path of this. So again, it's a tornado on the ground. So this is a very dangerous situation. So they are issuing this well in advance, which is a good thing. The interesting thing is it looks like the rotation is maybe broadening out just a little bit, but we still have that rotation right here. This is what we're concerned with moving off to the north and east. So again, the Skidmore, you can see Maryville. I think it's Pickering, Maryville, Skidmore will be approaching this is your outside the warning. Ravenwood, Parnell, and Sheridan. You're outside of it, but I wanted to give you a heads up that this storm will be coming your way, and you'll either get a tornado warning, a severe thunderstorm warning, because there's damaging wind gusts, large hail. And again, we've had a confirmed tornado with this that is likely still on the ground moving off to the east. So I just wanted to give you that update as we're continuing to watch this. And this entire line, you can see this entire complex right here. You can see we've got multiple tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings. So whether it's damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 plus miles per hour, a possible tornado, large hail between 1 to 2 inches, and heavy rain. I mean, this is not moving that fast. Like sometimes, Mike, you see storms and tornadoes moving at like 55 to even 65 miles per hour. We watched this a couple weeks ago. These storms are moving a little bit slower. They're taking their time. So ponding on the roadways, some minor flooding issues, flash flooding is also a possibility and something that we have to be aware of as well. So just keeping an eye on these because these storms are nasty. But the good news is it looks like the rotation's stretching out a little bit, which may
Still doesn't
indicate
mean the wind threat is any diminished, though, Jen. I
no,
mean,
no.
look at
And
the
I'm
way
not
that
trying.
you were just looking at that northern cluster, the way that it's bowing out.
Yeah.
I mean,
Oh, yeah.
gosh, yesterday, Jen, we had a destructive thunderstorm up in Michigan. Meanwhile, we were tracking everything here in the breadbasket of the United States,
Yes.
but there was that destructive thunderstorm in Michigan that produced 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it's
And
the time of year, right? That 1 year ago today was the tornado in Plevna where I was streaming with Cappucci. That happened really, really late at night, and he was one of,
yeah.
if not the only people to be able to see it. That was 1 year ago today. So, 'tis the
Yeah.
season for this
It
kind
is
of
to
weather.
season. And when I mentioned stretching, I mentioned hopefully it stretches out and maybe it stops producing a tornado, but straight line wind damage can still be as strong and damaging, if not more so, than some weaker tornadoes. So yeah, it is tis the season.
A
It's a
funnel
very
cloud reported, Jen, up near Pawnee City. So again, for those of you that live in Pawnee City, you're thinking, wait, is this not an old tornado warning? No, this is a new tornado warning as they
yep.
continue to train along this same line. So if we look again at the velocity scan, you can see right here where we do have that return. It's right here embedded within that particular line. So it's not a tornado confirmed on the ground, but you can see weather spotters reported a funnel cloud. They are the same, but there's one critical difference. It has to touch the ground in order for it to be deemed a tornado. So
Yeah.
again, something to be mindful of. If you live in Pawnee City, if you live in Table Rock, again, it is time to get in your safe place and remain there for the expiration of this tornado warning, which is 11 minutes. We'll see if this extends to include Humboldt again. Again, you're going to hear a lot of the similar towns and cities getting called out. So again, be sure that you are acting accordingly and going to your safe place when we call out your location. Matthew
And look,
Cappucci, as I alluded to, is driving east along Interstate 70. So it seems like he is trying to get out ahead of this line. Again, that
and
tornado warning just to the north of Manhattan, Kansas. Jen?
Mike, go to the southern storm, that one right there.
Mm-hmm.
So that one has National Weather Service meteorologist reported a brief tornado just north of Wakefield at 5:35 with that particular cell.
Let me switch radar. No,
Right
no,
now
that's a
it's
good one.
radar indicated, but possible tornado still with that and ping pong ball size hail. So it may be cycling through. That's for northwestern Riley County, Pottawatomie County, and Clay County. That's in Kansas. We're in north central Kansas.
Mm-hmm.
Um, until 6:30. But again, that storm has had a history of producing tornadoes. And one was reported by a National Weather Service employee. So you know that's an accurate account. So I just wanted to make sure to call that out too. We've now had multiple tornadoes. Originally, we only had maybe one brief touchdown and then another one, but now we're numerous tornadoes have been on the ground, and likely there are a couple on the ground at the same time at
I
this
mean, a
moment in
tornado
time.
emergency earlier this evening, Jen, as
Yeah, we
well.
already.
So things are still developing. Not to mention
Yeah.
this system up here into Fairfax, Skidmore. This is a PDS tornado warning, and I think the concern there is that the rotation signature has kind of been pronounced for at
Yep.
least the past hour or so. It's very likely that this storm continues to cycle. It's almost like a pogo stick. You know, the storm continues to put down a funnel, lifting a funnel, put down a funnel.
Yep.
So again, you need to be prepared to act again if you live east of I-29 and west of Highway 71. Any of these locations here in, this is in, holy cow, this is in Missouri
Yeah,
up this.
northwestern Missouri. Yeah, we're
Yep.
right on the Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, Missouri, kind of the four kind of corners right there. Not quite four corners, but somewhat right there. So yeah, these all of these storms have rotation in them, which is why there are tornado warnings issued, especially that cluster. That the northern one there in parts of Nebraska moving into
Jordan's got a
northwestern.
wall cloud, Jennifer. Sorry to jump in. Jack, if we can take
Oh,
that.
look at that. There
Jack, if you
you
want to take
go.
that one full, there it is. Oh, that's Cappucci. He's on the southern side. There's Jordan's shot. So the wall cloud, once we get past these trees here in Rock, Kansas, can you smell what the rock is spinning in
It's
this sense? Sorry, that
so
was so
tight that
cheesy. I'm so sorry, everybody.
no, it's okay.
So
It's
Jordan just switched his shot there, but we were looking at the wall cloud, which again is that sudden lowering at the base of the deck of the cloud. The tornado that Jordan is chasing was confirmed at one point. It is still confirmed, including this new update here from the National Weather Service. Spotters continue to report a tornado with this storm. In fact, Jen, they just extended it to include Beatty, Axtell, Summerfield, just to the west of Seneca. That is for the next 52 minutes. So again, spotters are right on this thing. Jordan is right on this thing. We shall see whether or not if it puts anything down as we're looking at here. It's just
yeah.
amazing, Jen. Jordan's been driving, for the past couple of hours here. Now look at the sky again. Look how dark and blue it is. It wasn't too
Yeah,
long ago that we were seeing so much more sunlight. Just speaks to how deep these storms are.
yeah, and it's interesting watching this warning too. It says weather spotters confirmed a tornado and storm chasers continue to report a tornado with this storm. So it's interesting. It looks like it's moving northeast at 30 miles per hour. The tornado was 6 miles southwest of, is it Beatty? Did I say that right?
I think so. It's either Beatty or Beatty.
80, yeah. So again, they're on it, and it's hard. We don't have Jordan Hall.
57,000 feet.
Yeah.
It's tall.
Yeah, it is a tall storm, and we don't have it'd be great if we could get Jordan Hall on the phone. I know it's tricky out there and he's in the middle of trying to navigate a very dangerous storm, so
Mm-hmm.
we don't want it to distract him. But again, there's strong rotation, multiple reports of tornadoes throughout its life cycle. And so this is something that you need to take very seriously, and we're going to continue to be contending with these tornadoes. But another thing, Mike, is the fact that we've now had many of these same areas, Du Bois, Pawnee City, like this is another storm and possible tornado that is tracking northeast that could impact some of these same areas. Summerfield, Axtell, but Pawnee City, you need to be prepped for this next storm coming up towards you. Du Bois, you've got the rotation just off current rotation with the first storm or one of the storms just off the west and north of you. That may be the second storm of the day that you've experienced, and you've got another potentially tornadic storm or the one that has a history of producing tornadoes down to the south and west that's about 30 or so minutes from you. So many of these same areas are experiencing multiple tornado warnings and tornadic storms. And so I'm a little bit worried, Mike, about fatigue, exhaustion from like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
we've been in our shelter for how long? Because this is the one rotation. This is the more significant rotation. All of this is tracking off to the north and east. So not quite in the same track, but very, very similar. And the thing is, this is one of those nights that you're just going to have to hunker down, trust us, because even this southern storm right down here, and I'd have to change the radar. This is the one where the National Weather Service employee reported that. So all of these tornado warnings have had a reported tornado on them. And then looking at, I want to zoom in a little bit closer as we're looking. So this is what's interesting right here. And I kind of want to point out where you can see the bulging out of, or the bowing out, I should say, of storms. So if you look at these right here, you've got some like bowing out, like right here, kind of sliced right through that. Let's see if I can do it a little bit
Jen,
better.
that's right for the record, where the Storm Prediction Center less than 10 minutes ago just put out a mesoscale discussion. Real quick, Jack, if you want to take the web browser computer, we can walk through it here as Jen is telestrating there. So these MDs, as they're called, or mesoscale discussions, are put out by the Storm Prediction Center as things are developing. And notice they've highlighted right where we are: northeastern Kansas, southeastern Nebraska, southwestern Iowa, and northwestern Missouri, where all of the states are meeting. Now, they are calling for the most probable peak intensity of tornadic winds there between 140 and 170 miles per hour, hail between 2 to 3.5 inches in diameter, and gusting winds between 65 and 80 miles per hour. I just want to walk you through what effectively they are discussing here. So the summary is the threat for tornadoes in the next few hours is maximized there in that area. A couple strong tornadoes are possible. So they go on to say supercells currently extend from the Kansas-Nebraska border area southwestward into much of northeast Kansas along the cold front and along the warm front from southeast Nebraska into northwest Missouri. Recent trends have shown better organization and structure to these supercells, with tornadoes confirmed. That's what we've seen. Most notably, a tornadic supercell was ongoing over Marshall County, Kansas, and from Holt into Atchison counties in northwest Missouri. That's the storm that Jen was just telestrating on. The environment over this area favors strong tornadoes with 0 to 1 kilometer storm relative helicity. Again, that's kind of rotation at the surface, locally higher, and very strong instability. This area near the warm front is where surface winds are back to southeasterly, and where the low levels remain sheltered from the deeper boundary layer mixing, as opposed to farther south where surface winds extend 30 knots. Now, the low-level jet, that's strong rushing winds about a mile off the surface, will remain at or above 50 knots through early evening, which will allow the warm front to push farther into Missouri and southern Iowa. So that's going to extend kind of that storm fuel farther northward, while the cold front that's coming in from the west is more likely to undercut cells south of I-70 in the near term, which will eventually transition to damaging wind threat. So again, just a really, really interesting breakdown from the Storm Prediction Center. Jen, sorry about that. Let's jump back to tracking. Jack, if you want to take Jen's screen there where she's been telestrating. It's right there in that boundary where all of the states are connecting, where we are seeing the greatest risk. And Jack, real quick, if you want to take Jen, I'm just going to step away from a moment, grab some caffeine. A long night continues here in the MyRadar live stream. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what I want to show you is where how even with the Boeing line of this storm, I circled here some tight rotation. You can still get a spin up along that Boeing segment right there where you can get the damaging winds of 60 to 80 miles per hour. And that's what they're calling for. So we have a couple different Boeing segments here, but this one here, right around the northern one, if I even go back a little bit, you can still see it was a little pronounced there. Definitely looked like there was possibly a brief tornado, and then pushing it along, it maybe has disappeared, or it may still be there. It's hard to tell, but that's how quickly, when you have a line segment like this, a quasi-linear convective system, where you can just get a quick brief spin up for a couple of minutes and then it kind of dies down. But that's along the strong damaging wind gusts that both of these are showing. And that's why we have continuous tornado warnings, severe thunderstorm warnings, due to the fact that straight line winds themselves could be 60 up to 80 miles per hour. That's up to hurricane force. And so those straight line winds can cause significant damage. let alone large hail. So we could see anywhere between 2 to 3.5 inch size hail. That's exactly what the National Weather Service discussion just mentioned that Mike was reading. So again, a very dangerous night, very dangerous situation. So again, we have these storms right here, and I do want to showcase this. I'll make this single pane so you can see this here bowing out. And what I want to show you too is I'm just going to, for the weather alerts, I'm going to fill the shapes really quick so you can see where the tornado watches are and where you're seeing these tornado warnings. So we have an ongoing tornado warning here and here. And I'm going to look at this particular storm. So I'm going to go back up here, go to weather alerts. I'm going to turn off the fill shapes. We're going to go here and we're going to look in here. We'll double pane it again. We'll look at the velocity product for this, and I'll probably have to switch. This is near Table Rock. Switch the radar so we can see it a little bit better. And let's see which radar. And it's unfortunate because some of these, we don't have the best radars, or like it's not close to a specific radar, but Table Rock is where we're very concerned with some of these storms. And so let's see if this is going to give us a little bit better. It takes just a quick second to load here. And so what's great is we can switch in between radars. Ooh, and looking at Jordan Hall's view right now, that's one heck of a storm. So we may switch over to that in just a second. Trying to get, oh, that reflectivity, we'll get to a different radar. That probably is not the radar we want. Let's see if we've got there. Here we go. There we go. And so what we're looking at is Table Rock right now. Table Rock is a very dangerous storm. I'm going to hit this one really quick. Then we're going to get to Jordan Hall. I want to look at Jordan's um, live stream live, but we're looking at this tornado warning itself. So a tornado, quarter size hail, radar indicated rotation. So again, this is a very dangerous situation. It's moving east at 35 miles per hour. Possible tornado was located 2 miles north of Pawnee City. So you can track these with us. What I do want to do, we've got this one particular cell, and I believe this is the one that Jordan is on. So this is near Beatty. We've got this rotation right there. And this is, let's see, I'm going to check and see which one. Yep, there's Jordan Hall, just where I expected him to be. He's got the best view of the storm, where the rotation is. Let's see if Jack, we can take this live, because that's going to be where the strongest rotation is. But there's rotation all right along this too. So we're watching Jordan Hall's live stream right now. You can see, I believe that's a rotating wall cloud just off to the west of, just to the left of the screen there, center. But look at the movement of the cloud. So he's stopped right now. He is pulled over. Look at how fast those clouds are moving. And that's indicative of just how powerful these storms are, how fast that inflow is, and everything is going. But he's positioned probably in the best place that you can be positioned to try and see if there's a tornado on this. Now, the thing is, the rotation is a little bit more elongated with this right now. So, but it could tighten up at any moment in time. But just look at how the evolution of the clouds are moving, and where, you're seeing different pockets of sunshine where it's really dark. You see that lowering in the wall cloud on the lower left. It's about to be out of the picture, but it's moving very fast. So he's kind of just sitting there analyzing the radar, trying to figure out, okay, so what is this exactly looking like? And you can see in the lower boxes, I have the rotation and where Jordan is located. And you can see he's repositioning his vehicle, moving a little bit, because that's where we're looking at the rotating wall cloud and seeing if it actually is going to produce a tornado or not. And we're so thankful for Cappucci and Jordan, because both are some of the best chasers in the world. They understand the atmosphere, they understand meteorology, and they're really good at getting into the spots they need to be to showcase if there's a tornado or not, but also explaining the complexities of the atmosphere and helping our viewers understand, okay, like all of us, what is exactly going on in the atmosphere. They're actually out in the field. They can tell you what it feels like, what the atmosphere feels like. And you can see Jordan, he's looking at a couple of different cameras right now. So he's right on this storm and it's so dark just there. And you can see all the lightning too. So he is on, this very strong storm. And I'm going to zoom out maybe briefly. I want to see compared to all the storms that we have. We've got the Table Rock storm, got the storms all the way up there pushing there into northwest Missouri. And then we've got these storms here. All of them have had histories of producing tornadoes, whether from the National Weather Service, emergency management, or from storm chasers like Jordan. So I'm gonna zoom out actually a little bit. It looks like we lost the velocity. It's trying to load. So I'm gonna make this single pane for right now. And I'm just gonna back this out a little bit so you can see where we do have, I'm gonna fill in where we have the tornado watches. So what we can easily do is we're gonna put on, we have the outlooks. We can actually turn on the outlooks. Let's turn on the outlooks. So this is where we have we can geek out for just a little bit. This is where we have the moderate risk, the most extreme highest risk right now, and that's where the storms are moving through these areas at this very moment in time. That's where we've got the increased low level jet as we're approaching sunset. We're moving into more favorable environment, leftover outflow boundary from storms last night and early this morning. We've got the shear, we've got the warm, moist atmosphere. Everything is coming into play. So just as we expected, we are getting tornadic storms all the way along this line. And then as we head on throughout the night, these will likely congeal more so in a line and be more of a damaging straight line wind threat, and the tornado threat will weaken. But we've got Topeka, Kansas City, you're in line for this, but it's going to come into you later on this evening, potentially after you go to bed. So you may be woken up with a lot of thunder and lightning, and we will likely see any type of severe thunderstorm watches continued as well. So I'm going to
I'm back,
fill in the
Jen. Sorry
shape
about that.
for, no worries. I'm going to
Got
fill in
some
the
coffee. I'm geared up.
I like it. I'm going to fill in the shapes for the alerts. So we do have tornado watches stretching all the way down here into Texas. So this is the expanse that we have right now. So we do have this PDS tornado watch, but then farther down to the south, we have another tornado watch. This is in effect until 1 o'clock in the morning, Eastern, midnight Central Time. So this is here for western parts of Oklahoma into northern parts of Texas, right around the Wichita Falls area. We have a particularly dangerous situation tornado watch here in effect until 8 o'clock, and that is extended in parts of southwestern Iowa and northern western parts of Missouri until 10 o'clock tonight. So this is where we're working. This is what we're looking at right now. The greatest risk for any type of tornadic severe weather activity, again, is right where this thin watch is. And then farther off to the east later on this evening and tonight, when it moves through Kansas City and through Missouri, we will likely see either a tornado watch extended or a severe thunderstorm watch extended as these storms gradually shift off to the east. But
Got
we
to,
also
Jen. Like I'm with you there. Like they're approaching kind of the eastern edge of that tornado watch. Also, it looks like they've extended the tornado watch. I just saw you had the shapes filled up. That's news to me. Pretty far down to the south there.
they did. They
Right when
did.
I stepped away. I don't think that's part of the PDS, right? But that tornado watch,
No,
it continues.
it
How long does that go
definitely
for?
it goes until midnight Central Time.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So, but looking at this, where we've got the boundary right there, where storms are kind of lining up right along it, and they're moving into a very favorable environment where the outflow boundary is, where we get a little bit more backing winds. So again, we anticipate things. We're in the prime time, just like Mike was reading with the Storm Prediction Center. We've got the low level jet increasing. We've got the heat maximized. We're moving into the outflow boundary. So that can be another trigger causing more of a spin. So everything is kind of looking like it's going to really ramp up or continue to stay this way as we head throughout the next few hours. And this can be expected. This is one of the biggest days we've had so far this season and this year. And so we can deep dive and go from north to south just a little bit if we want to, but I kind of want to start on the southern side where this is the one tornado where I think a National Weather Service employee did report this tornado earlier on, or at least reported a touchdown. This one particular cell is moving off to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. And another threat with these storms and anything that develops is large hail to giant hail. We could have 2 to 4 inch size hail with some of the strongest, most robust storms. We haven't seen a 4 inch warning yet, but even the Storm Prediction Center mentioned 3.5 inch in diameter size hail. So this is something we are looking at. Jordan Hall is on this cell right now, and it's not, the rotation has weakened quite a bit with it. And so, looking at see, had Jordan Hall's camera up
Yeah, it's
before, but
there's not much to see other than just a lot of rain
yeah,
right
yeah.
now.
And so the good news is it looks like that rotation is at least weakening some. It's still there, so we have to keep an eye on it. But then also looking at the Table Rock storm and that rotation, it's farther off, a little bit to the north, moving north of Humboldt. I'm going to have to switch my radars here in a second. It's moving off to the east, though. But we've been talking about you, Stella, and Schubert, and many of these same areas are getting impacted by the storm. So one thing I am worried about is fatigue of repeatable having to seek shelter. But as these storms, I think, are gradually shifting off to the east, some of you have had multiple tornado warnings, up to 3, maybe even 4. But I think we're in the last kind of segment of storms for some of you. So hopefully that as everything kind of shifts off to the east, you'll have a little bit of a break. You'll be in the all clear, but you're not there just yet. But
Everything
looking
just
at,
tornado, or sorry, Jen, everything just radar indicated right now, which is good, right? Considering that it wasn't too long ago, we had a tornado emergency, we had a PDS tornado warning. Everything
yep,
right now is, I mean, there are tornado warnings. Do not get it twisted. I'm counting 1, 2, 3, 4 of them. All are radar indicated rotation, meaning that the National Weather Service is kind of doing what Jen and I are doing here, where they're using the products available to them to make a determination to say, hey, the ingredients, as we know, big picture, are there for spin. What are we seeing on the small picture within the storm? And you can see, again, looking in the velocity scans, you can see again where the reds and the greens are coming together to indicate that there is potentially some weakening rotation here. I mean, things are fairly broad right here.
yeah,
If you want a tornado, you need things to be very tight, similar to when you spin a top. That's what we're looking for. I mean, what you're seeing here, again, is still very potent, particularly when you look on the left side of my screen here. This is showing you this bowing out line here, which effectively means that the winds are just rushing out ahead of this. So if you live in Sheridan, Blockton, Parnell, Ravenwood, Conception Junction here in Missouri, it's likely very, very windy out near where you live right now. Jen, I should mention to people, just to kind of bracket to the top here for a moment, folks, my name is Mike Linden. I'm a meteorologist with MyRadar. I'm coming to you live through the power of the internet here in our beautiful studio in Orlando, Florida. I am joined by the wonderful meteorologist Jennifer Watson. She's coming to us from Atlanta in Georgia, of course. So we're going to be rocking with you through the evening as the tornado warnings progress. Let us know where you are watching from. The best part is that we have the chats for all of our social media platforms for where we are streaming to, so we can see your questions. We will try our best to answer them as they come in. So we are on YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, and on TikTok as well. And hey, if you're watching on TikTok, I see all you in here. Tap on the screen, help us get up to 10,000 likes in this live stream. That would be really great. And hey, while you're at it, I've seen a lot of people asking, what are you guys using to track storms? That, of course, is the MyRadar app. You can download it for free. My man Jack can throw up the QR code on the screen for you to see. There it is in the top right-hand corner if you're watching on YouTube, Facebook. Scan that QR code. You can download the app for free. Hey, on TikTok, it's right here. Scan that if you are watching on, if you're watching with somebody and they don't have the MyRadar app, scan it. You can download it for free, and then within the app, go into the settings menu. Looks like the little gear icon there, and you can activate your premium subscription to mess with all of the advanced tools that Jen and I have been using this evening. That includes the per station radar, dual pane, the hurricane tracker, Routecast. There's so much in there. But of course, if you just want the free app, It is completely free to download. We'll let you know when rain's coming your way, when tornadoes are coming your way, all that fun stuff. So yeah, enough with my little pitch there, Jen. I should also make mention we are almost at 127,000 followers on TikTok. I see all of you in here
Woo!
right now. Hey, we'd really appreciate it if you would be so kind as to follow us. It's above my head or Jen's head, somewhere up here. Go ahead and follow us. It's totally free to do so. That way you always know whenever we drop a new video, or of course whenever we go live. And thank you to everyone that has been sending in super chats and gifts. Big shout out to Stormcat5. He's the man on TikTok or on YouTube earlier this evening. Jen, enough for my soapbox there, but I feel like we
I
should
love
remind
your
people.
soapbox, Mike. It's the best.
I feel like I should remind people what time it is here. But we have got 1, 2, 3, 4. So we have 5 tornado warnings now. So I think this new one here, Jen, is this one that is for Nebraska in Nemaha. I'm going to keep messing it up. If any of y'all in here are from Husker Nation, let me know. How do I pronounce that properly? Nemaha County in southeastern Nebraska. That includes Auburn, Peru. You're hearing a lot of the same town names over and over again, folks. This is kind of that leftover outflow boundary from yesterday's storms that swept through this part of the world. And effectively, it creates, let's just say, a vulnerability in the atmosphere for storms to kind of train along. It's almost like train tracks in the atmosphere where these storms are finding the path of least resistance to be able to develop along, and they're doing so over and over and over again. We had a tornado earlier this evening in Pawnee City, Du Bois, and Humboldt, right? And yet here we go again, another tornado warning for these folks up here. It is just radar indicated as it stands right now. Jen, the rotation is weak, right?
Mm-hmm.
But we can see it. It's right here, east of Elk Creek and southwest of Auburn.
It is. It definitely is weak. So yeah, we're keeping a close eye on it. And unfortunately, we've already been mentioning a lot of these places now. It's Auburn, Nebraska, not Alabama, Peru. This is all in Nebraska. So yeah, something to keep in mind when a lot of states have similar, the same town names. So I just want to clarify that. But yeah, so we do have that tornado warning. The good news is, just like Mike said, the rotation isn't that strong. And if we want to move a little bit farther off to the east, I'm looking at some of the storms there moving through northwestern parts of Missouri, where we have some of these tornado warnings too. And we'll see if they keep them or not. The one rotation near Maryville, it's just off to the south of Pickering, is a very dangerous. I don't like that. That is a tornado warning storm. And
And
then we
that's on
have
the
some more
leading edge too,
rotation.
Jen. It's really tightening up.
Yeah, and then we've got another tornado warning. So Bedford, Gravity. This one is also racing off to the east. The good news is they're currently radar indicated, but this one is clearly, if you look at it, the brightness of the green means that's a stronger, faster wind. The brighter the colors when we look at velocity, the stronger those winds are and that tighter that rotation is. So we've been watching this, and what I'm going to do, which is really, I love doing this, it's fun with my radar, is looking at this rotation. And also I
There's
want to
2
point
spots
out,
now, Jen. I'm sorry to interrupt here. It looks like in fact, there could even be 3 little mesovortices in there. Which radar site am I using? I am using Des Moines for what it's worth. And
yeah,
just to the north of Maryville, right to the north of Maryville and south of Pickering, then this one down here, and then this one off to the northwest. So this storm
yep.
is spinning in multiple areas. Whether or not it actually puts something down on the ground remains to be seen. Sorry about that, Jen. Go ahead.
Hmm.
Not Ohio. Someone just asked if it's in Ohio. Not Ohio. I know Pickering is in Ohio as well. This is in Missouri, correct, Jen? We're
Yeah,
kind of
yeah,
right
this
in
is
that part of the world where there's 4 states all kind of coming together.
there are 4 states coming together. So yeah, you've got Des Moines. Yeah, where you're seeing with Des Moines, if I click on the Des Moines radar, you can see it's tightened a little bit. It's hard because we're in a little bit of like a
A
radar,
radar twilight
like
zone, kind of.
we are. It's tricky. I'm like, do we switch to Kansas City? Do we see anything different there? I've been using Omaha, but as these storms continue to shift off to the east, it's either Kansas City or it is Des Moines. But what I want to do here, probably, we're going to see if we can do better rotation here. All right, I want to look at the southern storms. So we looked at those, which are very strong and powerful, moving into northwestern Missouri. We're looking at these storms. We've had chasers on this storm. And actually, it looks like the southern tornado warning here around Manhattan, Westmoreland was allowed to expire,
Okay, that's
which
good.
is some great
That's a
news.
that's a dense population center in Kansas. That's good.
Yeah, so that's fantastic news. So we've got some severe thunderstorm warnings. We'll look at the Junction City severe thunderstorm warning just to see because hail has been a big concern. So 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts
You
and
know,
half dollar size hail.
Jen, I'm noticing too. There's this. It's right now just a severe thunderstorm, just to the southwest of McPherson. This is Cappucci, if you guys can see it. This little play button here. If you guys can take Jack, if you can just take my screen for a moment. This is Cappucci. This little play button here. But then look off to Cappucci's west. I think that he's going for this. This is not tornado warned, Jen. This is a severe thunderstorm, but
Mhm.
embedded within that line is some spin.
That
That is
rotation.
just to the west of I-135. We shall see what happens there. I just wanted to call that one out, Jen.
Yeah, no, Capucci, and he's smart and he knows what he's doing. So we'll
If you
see.
see him in your town, it's
Not a good thing.
you
I
kind
mean,
of have
he's
to think why he's there.
yeah,
Unless you
yeah,
have a
yeah.
Waffle House, then he's there to eat some a grilled cheese. He doesn't even order waffles at Waffle House. Sorry to
You know,
break
I
the
don't order
illusion.
waffles at Waffle House. I love the eggs, the toast, and then I get the hash browns. I get them like everything,
I'm a
smothered,
pecan
scattered.
waffle myself, Jen.
A pecan waffle. I didn't realize that.
Gotta love pecans, and I ask them to do it well done.
Oh my God, a well done waffle. What does that even mean?
I just leave it in the waffle iron a little more, get a little crispier on top. Just a little pro tip for y'all.
Look at you. I feel like we all need to make like a trip to Waffle House. We should have a Waffle House sponsorship somehow.
For what it's worth,
Um,
you can come down to my house, Jen, and I'll make you no shots of Waffle House, but I'll make considerably better breakfast than Waffle House.
oh my God. Okay, let's do that. Let's meet up in the studio. We need to go live together anyway. I feel like
There you go.
that would be incredible and amazing. We need to make that happen. But no, so like the great news is so we still have, like you said, tornado warnings. We still have some rotation in storms, a little bit less busy than we have recently been, but obviously keeping an eye on some of the rotation. And we've got Jordan. Let's see if this is Jordan.
I think they're going to extend this tornado warning for the record in Pickering.
Yeah,
It's only
no,
got 8 minutes to go,
they should.
and Maryville here, but just given the fact that it's still showing some rotation, even this one to its north as well, it's the leading edge too. I mean, you can
Yep.
see the kind of bowing out here on the reflectivity. I mean, look at that new scan that just came in from Maryville. How you have this kind
Oh
of
yeah. Oh yeah.
undulation down here now.
I would assume they would extend it. If they
Yeah,
don't extend it,
we'll see.
I
I'll keep an eye
yeah,
on
we'll
it.
see. But yeah, and we should have an update too because that should be extended, and we'll see if it's radar confirmed. I mean, it looks like it right now, but then again, we've got multiple. Jordan Hall has been all over this storm, so we'll revisit that here very quickly. Now we're moving off to the north a little bit, and you can see near Auburn where we're seeing some rotation as well. It's weaker rotation, but it's there. It's also probably the radar that we are using just because we're kind of in a radar hole. We're kind of just switching between radars. To try and see these different storms, but that rotation would be right there just south of Johnson. This storm is moving off to the north and east, so it's going to be basically moving right through Auburn and heading toward Watson. Again, we were just talking about these areas, I would say an hour or so ago, approaching I-29. So again, it's been a rough go of it along I-29. You've had storm after storm, round after round. You just had this these storms move through. Now you're having this northern side of these storms move through. So Rockport, Tarkio, Westboro, get ready because again, more storms are heading your way and severe storms as well, potentially tornadic storms. So this is just not the time to really be driving along I-29. Basically between Thurman and Mound City, I would say just pull over, have some dinner, get to a safe place, a sturdy structure, a building, a gas station, something where you can just hunker down and wait for these storms to go through because you do not want to be on the highway around high profile vehicles when you have straight line damaging winds, hail, very heavy rain, or any of this moving through. So, Again, very dangerous situation. Now looking at our two, and I need to switch the radars here. These two were near Maryville and Bedford. I'm going to switch over to the Des Moines radar, and you can see we do have still some rotation with these two warnings. And these are nearing the end of their polygon. So pretty soon and shortly, we should see some new tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings issued with these. We've got that rotation here. And looking with the Maryville, we've got some rotation right there. And let's see, usually we get some intermittent updates on the warning, so we can check that with you. Radar indicated ping pong ball size hail. It's moving northeast at 30. The Maryville rotation not looking as strong as it had been. 2-inch size hail, again, radar indicated. 2-inch hail is very strong and can produce some damage. And the latest update, again, doesn't look like really any type of significant rotation, which is great. And it looks like, just as I was talking, they extended this northern one to a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning, which is great news. So we'll look at that one right now. That's until 7:15 local time. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So this is great. Locations impacted: Bedford, Lenox, Clearfield, Diagonal, Blockton, Gravity, Mount Ayr, Sharpsburg, Reading, Conway, Benton, Malloy, Delphos, Athleston, Lake of Three Fires State Park, and Bedford Municipal Airport. So again, some planes, especially as this moves through with a lot of the airports, we could actually get some pretty strong reported wind gusts. But the good news is that the tornado warning wasn't continued, and it looks like that rotation is weakened. So good news on that front, but still damaging straight line winds, hail, all of that can produce damage and will likely produce damage. Still watching the Maryville storm. It's just got an interesting look to it, right? If you're looking at this right now, just the little hook that we got right there, this little guy right here, and
Yeah,
the rotation.
it's the only storm right here in the risk area that seems to be close to doing a
Yeah.
little something something there. But
And so
Jen, we're like in the middle of so many radars. You know, we have the
we are
Topeka
in the middle.
radar, the Omaha radar, Des Moines. It's almost for the folks that are wondering. It's like, hey, well, you have coverage from 4 radars. Yeah, but they're all kind of the same. What's happening here is kind of it's too far away to get. I mean, you can almost see the rings of the radar here in the Des
Yep.
Moines radar that I'm using right here and right here, right? Those like purplish lines.
Yep.
I can switch to this radar here, and that puts us a little bit closer. I mean, maybe it's a little bit better, but
Yeah.
again, you can see those range rings kind of showing up right here on the northern side
Mm-hmm.
of the velocity.
We're still in mine too. I'm trying to switch over to there it goes. There it switched. It takes a minute for it to load sometimes. But so yeah, looking at this in the rotation, yeah, right now I'm on Omaha trying to see these storms and or actually no, I'm on Topeka, I believe. I should be on no, I am on Omaha. Let's see if we get Topeka. Let's see if it'll switch over. But yeah, we are watching. So these storms still have rotation on them. We still have that one warning, but we're starting to see things wind down at the moment in time a little bit. I'm just going to say a little bit, not
Christian,
going
I
to
see your
say,
comments, by the way, on TikTok. You say I'm not reading the
who's that?
comments. People think that they're trying to pull a fast one on us here, Jen. That's all. I'm reading your comments. I see y'all. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Those are
Thank
stuff.
you for
Oh,
downloading the app, folks. I appreciate it very much.
you guys are awesome. I want to know what Mike's looking at with the comments. I'm kind of looking too. Um, Mike is awesome. Mike's amazing. The whole team here is amazing. But I would say between the Maryville storm and the one near Auburn, that's one where we need to be focused on, and also this one near Seneca. There's just going to continue to be a possibility of rotation with them, and so we just got to track it because the environment is very favorable. And so we got to be very concerned with that as well. But we do have those tornado warnings that stretch and continue. The latest one is until midnight, and that's for western parts of Oklahoma, stretching down into parts of northern Texas. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on that. I need to switch. I'm not sure why it's not switching to the KTWX, but we're going to do that. What we can do is we can type it
It looks
in.
like the northern side of that storm, Jen, just west of Blockton, southwest of Bedford, seems to be tightening up the most right now. Whereas down
Mhm.
near Pickering, the rotation is becoming a bit more broadened out.
Yeah.
Things are developing so fast here.
Yeah, and we've got a huge now severe thunderstorm warning for Manhattan. And so what we're seeing, what I want you to look at, and actually, I heard a really big bang really quick in my house, so I might actually let you take over really quick, Mike, and I will be
Can
right
do.
back.
Gotta love those kids.
I know, yes. I will be right back,
No, you're
Mike.
good. You're good.
I'll let you take over.
All right, there goes meteorologist Jennifer Watson. What's up, everybody? My name is Mike Linden, a meteorologist with MyRadar. Hope you are all having a good evening as best you can. Of course, you are joining us to watch severe storm coverage as our night rolls on here with tornado warnings aplenty here in this region of the United States where Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and Missouri all kind of interact. It's right here. So again, that is southwestern Iowa, southeastern Nebraska, northeastern Kansas, and far, 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 far northwestern Missouri. This is where, if I turn on the outlooks, you can see that we have a moderate risk area. That's this red color from the Storm Prediction Center, a moderate risk. It's 4 out of 5 on their scale. And really the call today was for large tornadoes, if they were to occur, large and extremely dangerous ones, potentially EF2, if not EF3 and above. So as it stands right now, we do have a few tornado warnings. All are radar indicated, meaning the conditions in which we are seeing deem that a tornado could be imminent. Now, there's nothing confirmed yet, so we'll take a tour. We're going to start with this southernmost storm. This is in Kansas. This tornado warning has 13 minutes to go, and this includes a severe thunderstorm near Seneca. It's right here, where we have 2 storm chasers, which you can watch for free in the MyRadar app. If you go into the layers menu, toggle on video storm chasers, and you can watch them for free. Right now, this is radar indicated. We can see, looking at the velocity right here, where you've got the red, which of course shows you winds going away from the radar, green going toward it. It's possible that that is what the National Weather Service was looking at, but again, as it stands, that is radar indicated. We work our way northward here, and we look at this storm here for Auburn, Peru, and Brownville. This is also in Kansas, Nebraska, apologies. We're all over the place here. And this goes for another 27 minutes. Again, just radar indicated, meaning the spin is present. And then as we go over here, this is where we have our greatest concern. If I zoom all the way out, you can see that this is kind of far southern Iowa and northwestern Missouri. The state line is right here. So up here is Iowa, and then down here is Missouri. Okay, so we're right on the line. Now, I'm sure that you can see here, looking at my radar, you can see here just west of Blockton, we have an area of rotation, and then down here, east of Pickering, west of Parnell, we have additional rotation there too. Now, I'm just going to double check. This one here for Missouri is just radar indicated. And then up here, they just extended that tornado warning to include Blockton, Clearfield, Diagonal, and Mount Ayr. This is in Iowa, mind you. This is also radar indicated. So again, that just means that conditions are imminent for a tornado, but nothing has been confirmed on the ground. Okay. Now, wherever you happen to be watching, whether it is here in the MyRadar app or across our various social media platforms that we are streaming to, we are on YouTube, X, Twitch, Facebook, and TikTok as well. Let me know in the comments if you have any questions for me. I'm more than happy to answer your questions. I know that there are some fairly large weather creators out there, and good for them. I think what they're doing is great. But with so many thousands of people watching, and believe me, we would love to have that many people watching our streams, but it's difficult for them to answer any kind of questions. I am here to answer your questions, so get them into the chat. For those of you that are watching on TikTok, hey, we're up and above 11,000 likes. Thank you so much for your support. We'd really appreciate it if if you're enjoying the coverage here, to tap on the screen, show your support that way. And hey, follow us. It's totally free to do so. Looks like Jordan is outside of his vehicle there, that being Storm Chaser Jordan Hall. Can't tell what he's doing. Jack, what is he doing? Is he getting ready to fly his drone?
That'd be cool, Mike. I'm back, by the
What's
way.
up, Jen? Everything okay?
Yes.
First aid kit. Oh, look, man, maybe Jordan is cut.
Oh, he cut himself. He's holding
Perhaps.
his hand in a weird way.
He's at a Casey's General Store again. Hashtag not a sponsor, but hey, we'd love to have you. The Storm
Yeah.
Chasers love Casey's, so
Oh my
shout out
God,
to
look at
them.
him.
Yeah, so hopefully
Yeah.
Jordan's all right. Gotcha.
Oh,
Oh
yeah.
yeah, looks like a windshield might have been blown out. Look at that. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah, both Jordan and
Jordan's a good
oh
guy.
yeah. He is a good guy. It looks like he's just explaining. He's like, yeah, I was helping them and just decided to cut my hand. I do want to, oh, poor Jordan. I do want to point out a new tornado warning, and a pretty tight rotation here. If you want to take my radar,
Doo doo.
this is, we're looking here. This is, just off to I'm on the Omaha or not Omaha, Des Moines radar. And so we've got this new tornado warning that's issued. Let me see a pretty tight rotation with it too. Um, Let me see if I can get what the tornado
Is it
warning
the
said.
Bedford Mount Air one?
Yes, it is the Bedford Mount Air one.
Mm-hmm.
So oops, I'm still on the pencil.
Yeah, that one was just extended. All of them
Yeah.
still just radar indicated, but as Jen alluded to, the spin is definitely tightening up here, just southeast of Bedford, west
Yeah.
of Blockton, and that's embedded within this line here. So again, not like we're telling you that you should go outside and look at this here, but even if you did, you wouldn't see anything. You're totally wrapped up in rain.
Yeah, it's very tricky. So it'll be near Blockton around 640, Malloy around 645, Benton 650, Diagonal 705. So again, it just got extended. So it looked a little bit tighter. Now, not so much. It's just hard. It was looking pretty good. Now it's weakening some, so we'll see. But I just wanted to bring that to everyone's attention, that's watching. So it's like these northern storms, this cluster. I mean, they've been showing uh a lot of good rotation. They continue to do it with the Parnell storm. You're watching this one too with
They're up in that, juicy warm sector, Jen, where,
yeah.
what the SPC was alluding to before, that because of the low level jet, it's just forcing all of that warmer air so far northward.
Yep.
That's where we're just seeing all that spin. Of course, it's still 6:36 Central Time. I mean, Jordan, you can
Just
see
crazy to
sunlight
think about.
in his shot
Yeah.
here.
Exactly. And we're seeing that's where the Pickering is right where that rotation is. So if you're in Parnell, you need to be seeking shelter. Think about that too in Grant City because very strong winds, possibly some large hail. That's all heading your way. Zooming a little bit farther down to the south where we've got this tornado warning as well. And it's hard. We're between radar sites. But this is the one that we were talking about before. I think this is also radar indicated unless we have an update, and I do need to switch the site. Um, Yep, all radar indicated. So this is good. This is what we like to see. And I can do a single pane too. So you can see where we've been watching these clusters. This cluster right here has had a history of producing tornadoes and very strong damaging straight line wind gusts, where we did have that severe thunderstorm warning before that had up to 80-mile-per-hour straight line wind gusts, which is equivalent to an EF0 tornado, a tornado, a hurricane force wind gust, a category 1 hurricane. And then south of there, we're seeing right around Manhattan, just these large severe thunderstorm warning boxes. And that's likely going to be kind of what we see. If I put it to composite, we will probably be able to see things a little bit more. But I'm going to zoom out just a little
Those are
bit.
tall storms too, Jen. Roughly 58,000 feet.
They are roughly 58,000 feet. I kind of like the trend that we're seeing, especially as these storms are approaching St. Joseph, Topeka, and we're getting close to Kansas City. Um, Kansas City is obviously a major metropolitan area, and this makes me the last thing we want to see is a devastating tornado or storm approaching. Now, obviously, these are still going to be strong, could produce
Mm.
some damage, but at least right now we're watching maybe just a little bit weaker than they could
Yeah.
be.
It seems like
Um,
everything up here in, again, northwestern Missouri, southwestern Iowa, is where, if we're going to see anything higher end, this is where it could occur as it is right now.
yeah, let's see. I'm going to switch over to a
Everything
different.
everything down south seems to be going fairly linear. Again, folks,
Yeah.
if you want a tornado, oftentimes you're going to need that to occur in a storm that is discrete or a storm that is by itself. That window of time was likely about an hour or so ago, because right now, if I go into the layers menu, looks like the stack of cards in the app, and I turn on the fronts, you can see that, and the front layer is a little bit behind, but you can see here that the cold
Yep.
front is kind of catching up a little bit, right? So Cappucci talked about this in his update video earlier today, the crashing cold front. And if that kind of speeds up a little bit, that's going to inhibit discrete storm mode. And we're absolutely seeing that right here in southwestern Kansas. Now, do
Yep.
not get it twisted. It's going to be a busy night for y'all in Manhattan, Topeka. I see all of y'all asking on TikTok, what about Topeka? What about Manhattan? What about Wichita? Look at this line here. Do you see how it's bending? I mean, this is like a very textbook bow echo. And what's happening is that those winds are rushing out ahead of this line so fast that the radar doesn't have enough time to reflect back to the radar site to effectively. What am I trying to say here, Jen? Let me start over. What's happening is it's going so fast that the line is bending, right? Those winds are
Yes. Yep.
rushing out ahead of that line, crashing ahead. So you're getting that bending shape. It's just like pulling back on a bow, right? The direction of my arrow here is the arrow. So I do
Yeah.
think, Jen, that we are going to see some very strong winds blowing through that area. And hey, straight line winds are definitely enough to cause some damage. And meanwhile, I'm not saying that, the fat lady singing down here. I mean, we are still seeing rotation within the southwestern side of that bow echo. So it's absolutely
Yeah.
possible to get some kinks in the line spinning up there, where we had tornadoes developing last night with kinks in the
Yeah.
line. But as it stands right now, the Storm Prediction Center is kind of keying in on, this part of the world up here, where the corners of the states are meeting, that being Iowa, Nebraska, Kansas, and Missouri.
And Mike, one thing I want to add is they now have a new tornado watch that includes Kansas City. That is until midnight tonight, or actually 1 a.m. I should say, local time. So it's until 1 o'clock in the morning for includes Kansas City. They're still saying the primary threats are a few tornadoes. A couple could be intense, scattered, damaging winds and isolated significant gusts of 75 miles per hour, and scattered hail and isolated large hail events of 2 inches in diameter are possible. So again, we do have tornado watches stretching all the way down. This one for western Oklahoma into Wichita, that's until midnight Central Time. This is until 1 o'clock Central Time for Kansas City. And then we've got the PDS, that's until 8 o'clock, I believe. Is that, it might be, yeah, 8 o'clock Central Time. And then there's one until 10. So we've got multiple different watches, and we're watching as I can zoom in on this really quickly, and we're seeing these, like we were just talking about, large, and we're going to continue to see this large severe thunderstorm warning polygons being extended. And like Mike was saying, we still have rotation in some of these, so we could see kinks in the line and tornado warnings issued. But as we look at this severe thunderstorm warning right here, we have several counties that is in effect for. The hazard is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts. So straight line wind is going to be a big thing. The public, it said, reported a 67-mile-per-hour wind gust east of Manhattan at 6:28. So again, very damaging wind gusts. Something to keep in mind with all of these storms and the lines of these storms, but it's the northern part right now. So even though we do have tornado watches, to the south, it's the northern section in this one severe cluster that's had a history of producing tornadoes where we have the tornado warnings. And what I can do is I'm going to remove the polygons, or have the polygons there, but remove the fill shape so we can take a look at these storms a little bit closer. These two are the one in particular, and I'm going to switch my radar to the Des Moines radar really quick so we can take a better look at these. And let's see if we can switch over. There we go. And I'm going to do a 2-box. This is why I love my radar, because we can switch things out really easily. Looking at the rotation with these two, so we've got rotation just off to the north and west of Blockton. And then it's hard to tell right here. I'm not sure if this Pickering, yeah, that's looks like some dropouts, but I think the rotation is kind of right along in that general area. So we've got two different areas of rotation. I will circle those again. So again, northwest of Blockton, right over here between Parnell and Ravenwood. So each of these, the northern one near Blockton is moving more off to the north and east. The one between Parnell and Ravenwood it's moving about east northeast. So again, these are radar indicated, which is great news. We don't want to have a tornado. And even with the latest scan here, there's some brief tightening. Looks like it'd be a very tiny tornado if it was actually reaching the ground. So we will have to see there. And this one, it kind of everything just looks a little messy with everything. So we will keep an eye on these two and see if they extend the tornado warnings. We're probably about 5-10 minutes away from them issuing, the National Weather Service issuing a severe thunderstorm warning or tornado warning, extending those. So we shall see for that one. And the Schubert storm, here, very messy. We need to switch to, let's see, we'll do the Omaha radar
Wouldn't
for
be
this.
surprised too, Jen, if we begin to see kind of this area here in Skidmore and Burlington Junction and Elmo begin to kind of fill in a little bit here, which
Yeah,
would indicate that storm mode is going a bit more linear,
linear.
right? And we can
Yeah.
kind of see that here. Let me switch. I'm going to get off of per station for right now, just for a moment. Going to go to our high def radar. And
Mhm.
yeah, I mean that's kind of what we are seeing occurring, particularly down here in Kansas. But then up into here, you've got like this line up into Des Moines, and then it's kind of the question is what's going to happen right here, which is the area in which the Storm Prediction Center was keying in on before. So
Yep.
I know that you know what. Let's go off dual pane here for a second, and you know what? I'm just going to turn off the storm chasers for a moment. We're going to go out of dual pane, and I'm going to go to radar forecast. This is actually the HRRR, or the high resolution rapid refresh model,
Or
which
the
is,
her.
or the HRRR, yes.
I'm just kidding.
So we're gonna put it in motion here. It just takes a moment for all that information to load into the app, but I want to see what the HRRR is spitting out here over the next couple of hours. Of course, every time I move it to a new spot, it takes a moment to load. There we go. All right. So look at that overnight down into Springfield and Jefferson, Missouri. So
Ugh.
the HRRR has some, stronger storms blowing up northwest of Oklahoma and near Wichita, but just look at how linear everything goes by,
It really
and,
does.
and my timestamp here is for Eastern time. So
Mhm.
look at, between 10 and 11. So hang on, let me pause. Oops. So there's 9:30. So that's in about an hour and a half from now. And it's a fairly distinct line. We go into 10. Now notice that there is that notch right here, Jen, which
Mhm.
again could lead to some kinks in the line and some spin ups there. And then, yeah, that's Kansas City. So that is troubling. 10:30, again, right there. And then as
Yeah.
we continue to advance things out, the line begins to fill in pretty dramatically on the south side as the low level jet really begins to take over. And then look at how linear we go overnight tonight.
Yeah. Oh, it's definitely going to be linear, straight line, damaging winds, bowling segments, but some kinks in the line. And just like exactly 3 weeks ago, when we were watching the storms move through St. Louis, we had that tornado east of St. Louis. And
Mm-hmm.
so you can't discount the fact that even though they're not a discrete supercell, you can still have significant tornadoes that can cause some really bad damage, devastating damage within a quasi-linear QLCS convective system.
Happened
And so
yesterday.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. And I mean, it can easily happen. And I've actually like you can pull up my radar if you wanted to. I have like some circulations. We still have rotation in a lot of these different areas embedded within these storms. So as they progress and they move, maybe they bow out and change shape, they get impacted by different atmospheric surface features, we could see more tornado warnings being issued, but a lot of these are embedded here within the storm. So there's still rotation. This is still early on. We're approaching 8 o'clock Eastern, 7 o'clock Central Time. There is a lot more time to go with these storms. And even looking at these tornado warning storms here, um, looking at Parnell and Sheridan, we're getting a better view of this rotation here. So we still have that tornado warning. And then the rotation here near Blockton is right over there. So again, we've got two different areas of rotation. Just a quick update there, just right after I drew it. So again, we'll see if they extend these tornado warnings, but we've got some decent rotation there. So it's something that we're going to have to closely monitor. We know that storm chasers are out on all of these storms. This is one of those bigger days where the instability parameters are very high, almost maxed out in some cases. So the shear is there, the directional, the speed. You got that spin in the atmosphere. We got that low level jet now really starting to crank. And things are in place with some lingering outflow boundaries that these storms are tapping into. So as they continue to progress eastward, we will see if these continue. This is probably the most impressive complex of the day. This that's now moving across parts of extreme northern Missouri because we still have rotation on the southern end of it, have had severe thunderstorm warnings for 80-mile-per-hour straight line wind, multiple tornado reports from varying different cities and places within this complex. So very dangerous line of storms that is approaching Mount Air. It's coming towards you, but Kellerton, if you look at Beaconsfield, Grand River, Decatur, all of these places are in the path of the strongest part of this storm. Even Grant City right now, you're currently under that tornado warning. You need to be getting into your safe place. Eagleville, Blythedale, Lamoni, all of those places that I just mentioned, a lot of them are outside of the tornado warning or severe thunderstorm warning. But this dangerous southern part line is heading your way and will be reaching you within the next, I would say, 30 to 40, 45 minutes or so. So you need to seek shelter. Think about getting into your safe place, especially once those warnings are triggered. Just know a very strong and severe storm is heading your way. And it has a history of producing tornadoes. There are still tornado warnings. There's still rotation on this storm. So you just want to heed any warnings that are issued for you. But zooming out again, you can see where we're seeing just the different pockets of rotation, right? It's easy to pick these out. So we've got this right here. We've got just this little cluster here, maybe even this one right here near Burn. You can even say that was a little one. We've got this rotation here, some rotation here. So again, multiple areas of rotation right along this line, including if we want to highlight all of them, you've got the rotation here, and some of the rotation kind of just like generalized right there. So there's still so much time in the night. The next few hours are going to be critical as this continues to move off to the east and things congeal and fill in even more. We may have some more bowing segments along this line that could produce some very dangerous, high, damaging straight line winds greater than 70 miles per hour. So, this is something we are going to continue to monitor, and we're with you through it all. So, if you want to tell your friends, if you have friends that live anywhere that are under the tornado watch in parts of Kansas, Nebraska, Iowa, Missouri, Oklahoma, northern Texas around Wichita Falls, we are here with you. And even if you want to geek out with us, MyRadar, we're in your pocket. So you can put us, when you get into your safe place, you can watch us on your iPad, on your phone, the app, whichever you want to do. We are here to keep you safe the entire night. This is what we do. Mike and I are here for you. We are veteran meteorologists. We've had many 12, 18-hour plus days with either hurricanes or multiple rounds of severe weather. We've been through it all. We understand the stress that it has and how quickly weather can change and a storm can change and how things can tighten up and how quickly some very strong tornadoes can develop. And so there is the potential for strong tornadoes today, very high damaging straight line wind gusts, and hail. Hail could be greater than 2 inches, close to three. So it's something that we got to be very aware of. We could even have 3 to 4 inch size hail. That's definitely a possibility. So it's something we want to do is we want to make sure you have all the information to so you can protect yourself and your family. But this is what we are looking at right now. And I want to look, let's see. So we've got those warnings. Let's look at this Seneca warning right here. I just want to make sure we're looking at this correctly. And so we've got two different circulations, this one, and we've got this one right here. So we're gonna take off. Oh, I wanted to keep those on. But here, I'm gonna look at this first one, the falls tornado warning. See if there's any update with it. Radar indicated tornado, and let's see at 6:55. Yeah, we're going to be moving off to the northeast at 30 miles per hour. And then with this tornado warning that we have right here, um, around Salem. So again, 6:49. Moving northeast at 40 miles per hour, a tornado and quarter size hail. Again, radar indicated. Locations in the path are Sabetha, Bern, and Oneida. So if you hear your city, town being named, you definitely need to seek shelter. And yes, we've got those tornado warnings, but just, I mean, Mike, just looking at just these general areas of rotation, I mean, they are everywhere. Rotation is all over the place right now. We do have this severe thunderstorm warning here, but we've got some good rotation down there. And this severe thunderstorm warning has just been issued. So let's take a look at it. Um, it's located near Havensville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts and quarter size hail. But I see that rotation down there, so I wouldn't be surprised if a tornado warning is issued there. So we will keep an eye on that particular storm. I'm going to zoom it out just a little bit more, kind of pan down. Again, we've got these overarching large severe thunderstorm warnings, just because the line is so large and severe. So this one is until 7:30 p.m. Central Time. Hazard is 70-mile-per-hour wind gusts is what we're expecting with this line. So that'll be heading into many of these same areas: St. Mary's, Newbury, Grove Township, Rossville, Silver Lake, Maple Hill. So keep an eye on that. The best thing you can do now that it's evening time is just get into stay home, stay hunkered down. And if a tornado warning is issued for you, get into your safe place. Taking a wider look farther down to the south, we do have some more severe thunderstorm warnings, but that is about it. It's the northern side where we're seeing the tornado warnings at the moment in time, but things could change really quickly as we're watching some tightening rotation in some of these. This one in particular, it's a severe thunderstorm warning, but this rotation right here, that could easily become a tornado warning, and we've got some of this rotation here near Falls City.
That's
And
where
again,
Matthew Cappucci is right now, Jen. He's going to Wichita. I actually just reached out to him. He is waiting for that line to come through for the same
perfect.
reason that you pointed out. His thinking is that everything is struggling with mid-level lapse rates right now.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
that all told, as you mentioned, it reminds me of like a fight in the NBA. Stick with me, promise you. I know, stick with me here. Fights in the NBA like never happen. It's always hold me back, hold me back. That's kind of how I feel like what Mother Nature is doing right now. Like wants to put down a tornado, but everything
Yes.
seems to be going right up to that line and then kind of stepping back from it. One thing I will say, what time is it right now, Central Time? It's almost 7 o'clock.
Yeah,
We're truly in the back nine now, where, the prime heating of the day is over. We have hit, our max for the day. We're starting now to see that cold front on the backside starting to catch up a little bit. Now, the low-level jet will ramp up as things cool down, which is why you are starting to see, I think, some of that rotation, particularly in the southern zones here. But
yeah.
all told, everything is struggling to kind of get across the line here, given that we're losing the prime heating of the day. That juiciness is kind of more up toward the northern zones right now, where the fronts kind of get pinched in on one another. But all told, I'm not trying to tell you to ignore what's going on right now. It is still going to be a very busy evening. I mean, look at the way this thing's bowing out on you. I mean, it's very likely here in Wichita that things are going to get pretty windy here soon. And we'll have a shot from Cappucci here momentarily as that front approaches him. Odds are we're going to see a pretty prolific shelf cloud when that gets to him. But up north, that's where we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 tornado warnings. And all of them have spin, but none have taken, again, that next step. They're all worth watching, particularly this one right here. It's not hard to find in the velocity scans. One's right here, totally embedded within this line. We head up a little bit just to the west of Fairfax, and you can, again, see it right there. All are right now just radar indicated. You can click on them or tap on them in MyRadar, and it will show you. And what radar indicated means, again, is that conditions are imminent for a tornado to develop. But as of now, one has not been confirmed by the correlation coefficient product, for example, by law enforcement on the ground, by storm spotters that are trained by the National Weather Service on the ground, or, of course, by storm chasers on the ground, effectively another weather spotter. But that's just not the case. Here's another one. This one's 14 minutes for Parnell, Sheridan, and Grant City. This one also just radar indicated as it stands right now. And then this one for Mount Air is also radar indicated the next 29 minutes. Wait a second. Jen, I spoke too soon. Confirmed tornado for Mount Air.
That makes sense. That makes sense. It's tightened up quite a bit.
Okay, so this one was confirmed 3 minutes ago. So I guess I started in the northern zones and southern zones and worked my way north. 6:59. This was 1 minute ago that this was confirmed. 6:59 Central Time, that is. Okay, so let's see here. This is just west of Mount Air, northeast of Blockton. You need to be in a safe place. This is the rotation. Now let's take a look at additional products to see if there's anything on the ground here. So it would suggest a little bit that there could very well be something on the ground right here where I'm circled. Now I'm sure you're saying, Mike, what's going on up here near Mount Air? I see the blue there in the correlation coefficient. Well, what's happening is that if there is the tornado on the ground, which we know it is confirmed, it's very likely that debris is being lofted, and then it kind of follows the direction of the wind and is then falling down here near Mount Air. What that debris is, not a clue. The radar is not going to be able to discern that, but what we do know is that there is something on the ground right here. This is your likely tornado. Again, it is confirmed by the National Weather Service, and it is wrapped up in rain. It is not something that is, your picture-perfect hook echo. It is right here in the middle of our Boeing line here. This is right in that warning area where the National Weather Service was forecasting. The Storm Prediction Center, apologies. They are the tip of the spear when it comes to severe meteorology. So we shall see what happens here. We will stay with you. But again, if you do live in Mount Air, you need to be in your safe place. A damaging tornado on the ground with half-dollar-sized hail. This was confirmed 3 minutes ago.
Yeah, and even Mike, looking at, south of there, the Parnell storm approaching Grand City needs to seek shelter. That's got some pretty good rotation. And even near south of Rockport, heading towards Fairfax, that rotation has kind of strengthened just a little bit. Still
Mount
radar.
Air, Iowa. I'm sorry, Jen. Mount Air, Iowa. I see people asking what state. Mount Air, Iowa. And Jen, the population here is 1,623 from the last census. So again, this part of the country, there's not these major population centers. Of course, Kansas City is in this risk area as well. But oftentimes here in some of these communities, you're seeing, a couple hundred people. This is upwards of 1,500, 1,600 people, I should say, from the last census. So there are quite a few people here that live in this smaller community. According to the National Weather Service, this tornado will be in Mount Air here in the next 2 minutes. It will be near the municipal airport by the next 7 minutes. So if you can hear my voice and you live in Mount Air, you need to seek shelter immediately. A storm shelter or a basement is the best place for you to go. If you do not have a basement or a storm shelter, no worries. Jen and I are in the same boat with you. I live in Florida. The water table is too high. Jen's in Georgia. But we know the safe place in our homes. And for both of us, it's coincidentally the same place, in a closet underneath the stairs. I mean, Jen has family and kids. I have kids, 2 dogs. It's a tight squeeze in there, but, you got to make it work. And that is our safe place. So the question is, do you know where your safe place is in your home? If you live in Mount Air, you need to go there. If you're in a room with windows, you are in the wrong room. You need to put as much of the interior between yourself and the outside as possible. Put on some shoes. If you are hit by a tornado, walking around in debris, bare feet, or even in your socks, not going to be a fun time. And if you have bike helmets for the kiddos, listen, I know you're thinking, hey, I'm going to look silly. Who cares, right? Don't you value, protecting up here is important. Protect the brain here. So Jen, we'll continue on with this tornado warning. Again, confirmed by Emergency Management, tornado on the ground just a few minutes ago, approaching Mount Air, Iowa.
Which is, yeah, and that's a scary situation as we're approaching nighttime too. So I don't see a correlation coefficient with that one, but maybe starting to see it with the southern one. Um, we will take a look. This is the rotation near Sheridan. And we'll be probably passing just off to the west of Grant City. So we'll keep a close eye on those for you. But it's interesting because I keep circling the rotations that we see. So it's definitely, there's still just, whatever environment they're moving in with these storms, it's just been the best environment of the day for tornadoes. But I mean, looking at this, you can easily pick out the rotation. So we've got, with this current tornado warning right here, we're Tarkio. You've already been under a tornado warning before. We've got this one near Falls City, this one near Corning. All of these, I believe, are in Kansas, if I'm not mistaken, or just moving. This one might be just crossing over into Northwest um, Missouri. So, but you can see the rotation on all of these. So even though you look at this and you're like, this is just a crazy wild line, there's still these individual rotations embedded within these storms, which actually makes it scary.
They just
Because
extended the tornado warning, Jen, for Mount Air, Iowa. It extends now to Beaconsfield, Grand River, and Tingley. Just wanted to throw that one out there.
Yep, here we go. So we will look at, Beaconsfield, Tingley right up here, Grand River, and Kellerton too. You want to be aware of this. So let's see, with the tornado warning, they're probably gonna say it's a confirmed tornado over Mount Air. Emergency management confirmed it. It is moving off to the northeast at 40. So again, if you are in any of these locations, you can see Beaconsfield right here, Grand River, Kellerton, and Tingley, and also looking ahead near Van West, the I-35 corridor. These storms are approaching you. If you're thinking, you can see Weldon here. If you're thinking of driving here just south of Osceola, Osceola, that's probably it, Osceola, southward toward Davis City or Eagleville, you need to rethink that decision, because there is now partial tornado warning for parts of I-35. But when these storms hit major interstates, that can cause big issues. And just look at it, how it's bowing out. So yes, there is a tornado warning, but look at the overall bowing structure of this storm. So you can see that there's very strong, powerful winds associated with this pushing out. So these are straight line winds. So there's a tornado, a confirmed tornado along this Boeing line. And then alongside that, even if there isn't a tornado, there's damaging straight line winds. So this is a very dangerous situation approaching the I-35 corridor here. I would say within the next like 20, 30 minutes or so. So if you hear me, if you know of anyone who may be traveling on I-35, say maybe pull over in the next few minutes, try and find a gas station, a sturdy structure to ride this storm out, because high profile vehicles with the heavy rain, the visibility is going to be reduced. There's ponding on the roadway. It's going to be a very dangerous situation for you to be trying to travel out and about. Anywhere, whether it's an interstate or not, you do not need to be there. And even on the southern side of this storm, we're still seeing that rotation. You can see it right here. And even on the near Parnell on the other side. So again, the southern edge has continued to show rotation. We will see if that tornado warning is extended as well. Looking farther off to the south and west, again, we're watching this rotation, and I'm keeping an eye on both of these are pretty significant. And then there's some rotation here south of Schubert, and then Tarkio. You need to be in your safe place for sure, because this rotation is coming straight for you. And then we've got this rotation right here near Falls City. So what I will do is I'm going to switch over to, let's see, correlation coefficient. Let's see if there's any little bit of a dropout. It's hard to tell near Falls City. We're getting some blues. So we'll have to see if that continues or if there's anything else more significant, but that may be due to some other things within the radar. So we'll see if that actually either gets stronger, comes into fruition, but again, very strong rotations here that we need to be aware of. And there's other general rotations if you look farther off to the south here, where this one near Corning, I've been keeping an eye on this and looking at this, and I'm like, wow, that still looks pretty impressive. Still has as a severe thunderstorm warning on it. So we will see. This is not a tornado warning, but there is rotation on this storm. So you need to treat these storms, even with, if they don't have a tornado warning, there's severe thunderstorm warning. The straight line winds are so significant with these storms that they can knock trees down, tree limbs down, can cause damage themselves. You don't need a tornado to cause damage. Large hail can do that. Many different other things can. So again, very dangerous night as we're looking, as we do have this quasi-linear line of storms that is going to be soon approaching the Kansas City area. We still have a little bit of time. Right now, it's nearing the doorstep of Topeka, but it's getting there, in St. Joseph. But it is getting there. And Mount Air, we're concerned with you the most. This is where we're seeing some of the strongest rotation right here, and the confirmed tornado. Now, this is pretty significant too, if we're looking at this rotation, and even, I mean, some right here, all of this is kind of rotating. And then the Mount Air storm looks like maybe the rotation is weakened just a little bit. There you go. So again, these are the ones where you need to really seek shelter, though. We'll see if the southern side of this gets an extended tornado warning. It is nearing the edge of its polygon. It got like a mini extension. So let's see. Tornado and golf ball size hail. Still radar indicated. Golf ball size hail can crack and break your windshield. So that's when you start to get the dents in your car. You can have roof damage, siding damage on your home. It can break windows potentially, especially when you have strong straight line winds and you've got hail in the mix, and it can basically push the hail into your windows and break them. So again, this continues to be a very dangerous, this storm right here continues to be very dangerous, as we're having the straight line wind threat. But then we have the tornado, confirmed tornado on the ground. Not sure if it's still on the ground, but then we have more rotation down here. So a lot of different things in this complex of storms that we're going to have to continue to monitor. And then, like we've been watching, I mean, it's very easy to see this rotation. So we have near Bradyville and Elmo, this strong rotation still near Tarkio, Falls City, we've got this rotation. And then if we look farther down to the south, we have more. So this is something we're just going to continue to watch the threat. And I'm hoping the Mount Air storm weakens. We will see as we head throughout the next couple of hours, and some of the other rotation we're going to be closely monitoring, especially this one where there is no tornado warning. It's just a severe thunderstorm warning. But I've been keeping my eye on this one near Corning. It's approaching Goff. So if you're in Goff, I would seek shelter. Granada Township, I would seek shelter as well. And also Falls City up there, that is where we've got some intense rotation for you. And even to the north here, where there isn't a warning, there's some rotation. So we'll be keeping a very close eye on it. And I can zoom out really quick and show you what I can do is fill in where we have the watches. And you can see it's getting a little messy. We've got some more storms behind near Lincoln and stretching down to the south and parts of northern Kansas. But I'm going to showcase where we have, I'm going to fill in the tornado watches. So you see all of these again. So we have the biggest concerns for watches. Again, it stretches all the way down into northern Texas and all the way up into southwestern Iowa. And where we have the greatest risk and where we're seeing that right now is across southern parts of Iowa and northwestern parts of Missouri that moved in from Nebraska and northern Kansas. Right here is where we're seeing just the really ripe environment to maintain this rotation and these supercells and tornadoes. We've had multiple tornado touchdowns,
Jen,
and we're
only 44 minutes to go, by the way, on the PDS tornado watch that was issued earlier today. For example, Beatrice, Nebraska, or not Nebraska City, but Beatrice, one of the few spots left here in southeast Nebraska. So, of course, tornado watch still very serious, as you're alluding to. Out ahead of it to include Topeka, Blue Springs, Liberty, St. Joseph, and so on. Topeka, if I just said that, Wichita. But on the backside, that PDS tornado watch right up here, 44 minutes to go on that, and I just don't think you're going to see much out of these kind of post-frontal storms on the backside. So, if there's any indication as to the way that the evening is progressing, things are starting to look a little bit better, particularly if you live in Omaha, Nebraska City, Beatrice, Lincoln, shoot, even Manhattan, Kansas. Things are starting to turn for you. But now looking ahead is, of course, Jen, where the concern lies. Still plenty of spin up here. And again, that northern zone where the four states meet, Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, and Kansas. But all told, things seem to be kind of shifting down.
And it looks like if you put on the watches again and zoom out, it looks like part of northwestern Oklahoma, that watch, maybe they removed it. They allowed it to
look at that. Yeah.
So I think they're realizing maybe the threat isn't there. I was a little surprised to see that being issued, the tornado watch that far south.
You know, Jen, something else too. Cappucci, I was messaging him. He believes that the tornado emergency that was issued was radar contamination. That perhaps it was not issued in error by the National Weather Service, but perhaps should not have been issued. Interesting. It was quick, if you recall, when we were on it. It was bang, tornado emergency. I didn't think the debris signature was all that strong too, but it is what it is. I always opt on the side of, having people act rather than, when it's too late.
Agree. 100%.
We have definitely, what is going on with like getting rid of that one little tornado watch here, but then keeping this one for Lawton, Wichita Falls, whatever. A little strange, but we still have this tornado watch here. So the PDS one is going to expire very shortly, and folks, I mean, we are seeing improvement here. This is still the area in which the SPC is keeping a very close eye on here, but all told, as Jen has expertly showed you, there is still rotation in the northern ends, on the northern side of the storm. But if I zoom out again, oh shoot, I left the fill shapes on. Let me turn that off. But you can see that largely things are going pretty linear. It's still a little choppy up here from Des Moines to St. Joseph, but then extending all the way down here. This is just prototypical bow echo. So a lot of crazy wind there. Probably get some not teeny little hail, but hail nonetheless that you wouldn't be so pleased if you have to reach out to your insurance company and deal with them. So park your car, protect it. Your roof, of course, can't do much with. Sorry about that. But yeah, there's still some spin here in all of these tornado warnings, but all are radar indicated as it stands, right? Is Mount Air still confirmed? It was confirmed, but
we've got a new middle tornado warning that was
Blockton.
issued at 7:16 local time until 8 for southern Ringgold County and southeastern Taylor County. This is in Iowa. So again, it's radar indicated, but they issued it for Blockton and Reading around 7:20, Malloy and Delphos at 7:25, Benton 7:30, Mount Air 7:40, and the Mount Air Municipal Airport at 7:45. So it's so crazy seeing that we've had multiple communities that have been impacted by at least two, if not three, different cells and areas of rotation and tornado warnings. And that's what we're seeing still continuing with this cluster.
Got someone on TikTok, Jen, asking if Jefferson City, Missouri has to worry about tornadoes tonight. No, you are not in the tornado watch. Now, of course, that doesn't mean that you won't see a tornado, but odds are that no. Now, Independence, Kansas here, home of the couple seasons of Last Chance U on Netflix, hashtag not a sponsor, but hey, Netflix, we'd love to talk. Y'all are under a tornado watch, and that extends into the overnight hours. What is it, until 2 o'clock in the morning? 1 o'clock in the morning. So again, conditions are lessening for tornadic development, but given the presence of the low-level jet, which is winds about a mile from the surface that are whipping in at roughly 50 miles per hour, it could be enough to make for some spin. But whether or not anything actually touches down the surface remains to be seen at this point. All told, though, right now, everything up north is what has our attention right now.
Yeah.
Johnny asking, what are the radars on the left and right? Oh, so, okay, gotcha. So, great question, Johnny. So, right now, I'm using the dual pane feature in MyRadar. It's the square with the line going through it. This is a premium feature in the app. If you want to try it for yourself, it's part of the premium feature offerings, but there is a 7-day free trial that you can activate. More severe weather tomorrow, by the way, so if you want to track more stuff with the level 2 and 3 products. If you go into the settings menu, looks like the little gear icon, and then you click on premium subscription, you can activate your 7-day free trial. And the cool thing is that if you have a MyRadar account, you can take it between devices. So iOS, Android, Windows, all that good stuff. But anyway, to answer your question, on the left-hand side of your screen, you're seeing reflectivity. So this would be precipitation. Of course, the radar is spinning and is sending out a beam that's going out, bouncing off of whatever is in the atmosphere, and then returning to the radar. And that is what you see on the left-hand side. Hence the name reflectivity. On the right-hand side is velocity. So in this sense, Jen, which radar am I using? I'm using Omaha, okay? So it's up to in the top left-hand corner. So down here, when we're looking at the radar-indicated rotation within these tornado warnings, green is showing you wind going toward the radar site, which remember is Iowa in the top left-hand corner of your screen, whereas red is showing you wind going away from the radar. So this is a tool, a radar tool, that Jen and I and meteorologists around the world use in order to determine rotation within a thunderstorm, because that is one of the critical ingredients that you need to see in order to determine whether or not you have a tornado. Of course, you need winds shearing one another. And what I mean by that is winds either not necessarily in opposite directions, but different directions with both direction, speed, and height. When you have all of those ingredients, that is going to cause for something that is spinning like this up in the atmosphere to eventually turn this way and spin vertically. There's a lot of other things there, but I try my best to
I like the rotation. You did a good job.
There you go,
Mike. I like it. I actually have a tornado lamp somewhere. Hold on. We'll have some fun.
All right, so while Jen goes to look for that tornado lamp. So again, all of these tornado warnings, these red boxes, these are tornado warnings, okay? Polygons, I should say. Now, just because it is a tornado warning does not mean that you are seeing a tornado, but conditions are imminent. The way I like to describe it, the difference between a watch and a warning, we'll use pizza as an example. Everyone likes pizza.
I love
So a
pizza.
pizza watch would mean you have your flour, you have your cheese, you have your sauce. Those are ingredients to a pizza, but only a crazy person would say that, yeah, that's a pizza. Gonna eat spoonfuls of flour? What are we doing? A pizza warning would mean that not only are the ingredients together, but the pizza's ready to come out of the oven. Like, you have a pizza now, right? But you don't have a pizza, right? You're not putting a piece of pizza in your mouth. So a tornado warning would mean that we are there. And the reason for that in this instance is, you can see the source here, radar indicated rotation. And the reason for that is because what we are seeing on velocity. Again, you have winds toward and away from the radar, right? It is that couplet that you're seeing right in here where those winds are spinning. Now, again, if we look on the left-hand side within that reflectivity, it's smack dab in the middle, right? So it's not your prototypical hook echo like when you see, imagine like the boot of Italy, right? The country, how you have Sicily kind of as the soccer ball, if you will, the boot heel of Italy. You kind of need to see that seemingly in radar for there to be a hook echo. You'd see that in a really strong supercell thunderstorm like we saw earlier today. But these embedded spins within the line are very dangerous in the sense where if you were outside looking at this, not recommending you do so, you wouldn't be able to see anything. It's totally wrapped up in rain. The only way you'd really be able to see it would be to use a product like this or to even hear it. And even then, that's not a good, not a good way to determine whether or not there is a tornado present. But as I say that, Jen, tornado warning just
Yeah.
expired there. There it
Which
goes.
is good news. And guess what? We've got Brady back from Stormfront Freaks, which I'm a freak. I'm actually a true freak. I was a part of that podcast for 10 years. But we're still together creating amazing content. Brady is one of those people. And he just came back on. He's like, you guys are still have live coverage. Yes, we do, Brady. We were probably going to be on for the next, I would say, hour or so, just watching these storms and looking at their trends, but they are winding down just a little bit.
Yeah.
He said, question, what do you think about the chaser convergence today? Was it as bad as people were saying? It was
I saw
hard.
some of the pictures, Brady. I think it's ridiculous that people. So what he's asking, chaser convergence. So when storm
Yeah.
chasers are all kind of, there's not just one or two storm chasers out there, right? That are all following the same storm. Of course, there's only one road for them to share. So what often happens in some of these rural communities is it's a one-lane road, right? And so people will slow down to try and get a good shot. What are we doing? You're creating an incredibly dangerous situation on the roadways. And the weather is the dangerous situation. You shouldn't be adding to that on the roads. From what I saw on social media, it seems like, of course, there's always, dummies that are slowing down on a highway. But I did see a lot of folks pulling way off onto the side of the road, which is good. The worst thing that you can do, by the way, folks, is in the event of, a storm coming through, for you to park under an overpass. I know, you're not going to get rained on there, but super duper dangerous to do. Do not do that, especially considering the fact that it's almost like a wind tunnel. The winds can just whip through an underpass there. Just not good. Don't do that. But hey, Brady, if we're kind of winding things down here. If you want to join the live stream, let me know. We'll send you the link to do so. If you're watching. We need a shot of adrenaline, Brady, to ramp things up here. But Jen, it's pretty much this Boeing line here that is kind of the only show in town, so to speak, that has any real shot of putting anything down.
Yeah, no, it truly is. And so watching everything and we knew, and I've had a couple of people text me, like some chasers out in the field. And one reason why I think that we've seen more chaser convergence this year, at least a lot of chasers have reported seeing like 3 to even 4 times as many chasers than they normally have. And I think it has to do a lot with just storm chasing is becoming more prevalent from the movie Twisters about 2 years ago. And
Was
so it
that
usually
2 years ago?
it is 2 years ago, and it usually takes um
Oh,
I know it
it's a
usually
long
takes some
time.
time.
Oh, that hurt. That hurt, Jen. Oh my
Oh
gosh.
my God, Megan,
This
I
is
don't
this
want
year's
it
my
to hurt.
10-year wedding anniversary. I had that realization earlier today when someone was like, "Hey, what are you doing, for your anniversary?" I'm like, "What do you mean?" They're like, "Oh, we were at your wedding. It was 10 years ago." I'm like, "Oh my gosh."
See, but you're so
God,
young, Mike.
so
We're
long
so
ago.
young. We're all so young, you guys.
Golly.
And we stay young. But no, and it's crazy because I've noticed it. And I mean, chaser conversion was a bad thing even 20 years ago when I started chasing. And so it just gets worse and worse every year, but it's just because the fascination of weather it keeps growing. Obviously, our population continues to grow as well, but it's exciting and fascinating sometimes, but also it's very dangerous. And so you just have to be careful. You have to know what you're doing. You don't want to block the roads, just like Mike was talking about, because if you're down these, dirt roads, gravel roads, these small 2-lane roads, and there's a tornado approaching and just one car slows everyone down or something happens, it's easy for accidents to happen. So you don't want to be the cause of that. But what I do want to talk about, zooming in on Grant City, up here where we're seeing the rotation, we have multiple tornado warnings, but that one, that hook there,
Kansas is back too, Jen. We have a new tornado warning down here
let's see.
for Jackson County. This, again, it's just radar indicated near Holton, moving at 50 miles per hour, too. This thing is cooking. I mean, this is part of that bending line. So this is north of Topeka. I see someone was asking about Wichita in the chat here. Wichita is really far to the south and west of this main line. In fact, here within the next 20 to 30 minutes, you should have some pretty strong winds coming through Wichita and probably a pretty epic shelf cloud out your way. But it seems like, again, with the emergence of the low-level jet as we are now, entering, it's 7:30 at night Central Time,
Yep.
things are starting to kind of ramp up just a little bit. It's almost the last hurrah here. But I see what the National Weather Service is talking about here. I mean, again, you have this kink in the line, right? We continue to talk about it in this like bulge out here.
Yep.
So if we are going to see a tornado here, it would be here at the leading edge of this. This is a teeny tiny little tornado warning here. But Whiting is in this warning. It's only 14 minutes to go here on this.
Yeah.
This was just issued 8 minutes ago.
Which I kind of like that they have it shortened so it's not
Yeah.
a long, because they know it could be a quick spin up and be just as fast as like one radar scan, it looks to tighten, the next one could be weak again. So it's one of those they have to keep a close eye on. So I like that they're doing that because we don't want to overexhaust people, overdrain people. But the one tornado warning north of there near Big Lake and Rulo approaching Mound City, that's a pretty nice rotation right there. Nice meaning tight. So we'll have to see. It's currently radar indicated, but that if you're near Big Lake, Mound City, you definitely need to take shelter, as this is tracking off to the north and east. And these, I think the storm speed has been anywhere between about 25, 35 and isolated 45 mile per hour earlier on. Now we've been on air for 5 hours now. We've been live for 5 hours. We're starting to see, and what we typically see when things become linear, we get that low level jet, the storm actual ground speed starts to speed up a little bit. So it doesn't surprise me that it's moving at 50 miles per hour. Looking at some of this one tornado
I
warning
see
going
people
on.
yelling in the chat about Iowa. I mean, I'm looking, folks, at up here in Iowa. It's all radar indicated in Iowa. Golf ball size hail. That's one thing I haven't looked at in quite a minute here, Jen. Let me go. So in the per station radar feature within MyRadar, if you click on the radar site, again, this is a premium feature, but you can activate a free 7-day trial in the settings menu. You have all of these radar products at your disposal. We do have terminal radars too, that meaning ones at airports, but you're only going to have access to a couple of radar products within them, given that their range isn't super far. Anyway, that being said, what I'm going to do is look at the vertically integrated liquid product, and this is showing us wouldn't you know it, liquid that is integrated vertically in a cloud. So this would show you, again, effectively a hail core. And what you can do is click on this little crosshair tool, which is called the inspector tool, and we can kind of hover over things. So that is 50 kilograms per square mile. So that, again, this would indicate that right here near Grant City, this is a decent little hail core here. What is the National Weather Service calling for in this? Let's see. Golf ball size. Okay, yeah. So not fun. Damage your car. Could damage your roof too. I mean, Cappucci, when he's out chasing these storms and he's trying to collect hailstones, he wears a helmet, right?
Yeah.
Getting hit by a chunk of ice moving at terminal velocity is not a fun time.
Absolutely
but this is again available to you within the MyRadar per station radar products. But Jen, which radar am I using? Des Moines here?
Yeah. Well, it
these are
depends on what
losing
you're
their
looking
spin
at.
too.
Yeah, we've got. I'm using Des Moines to look at Mount Air and Grant City. Um,
Yeah,
and
it's
I have,
those.
I have,
Yeah, right here and then down here west of Grant City would be the two
yeah,
spots worth watching.
yeah, and actually, he's out chasing. He was, that tornado warning with the
Was he
little
out with Eric yesterday?
So he didn't go chasing yesterday, but he went today. So
Okay,
he just
gotcha.
said he got hit by that little notch 10 minutes ago, the kink that we were talking about, the very small, tiny tornado warning there.
We
So
were streaming yesterday, Jen, Cappucci and I, and he was like, "Wait a minute, that's Eric Fox." And Eric
yeah.
pulled over, and then he jumped on our live stream, and we talked about the Chaser Summit, which was really fun.
Oh, I love that.
Small world that these chasers run into each other. That was totally wild.
Well, you know what's so funny is when I've been out there chasing, like I've been in the most random small town, isolated area in parts of Nebraska and Kansas and wherever. And it's like you wouldn't think you'd run into people, and it's just because it's like the only gas station for miles. And it's like a million storm chasers are there. And it's kind of cool. It's like a reunion, like meeting in the most random areas. And it's fun. It's a unique experience. I personally like it. So I know meteorology, and I storm chase because I like to visually see what I can see on the radar, what I'm looking at on the radar. And so when I can see what it looks like in person, experience the winds, the hail, all of that, it allows me to better understand the atmosphere that we live in and how storm motion is, how different microscale features, interactions with topography, whether it's an outflow boundary, dryland, whatever it is, how that can impact the storm overall as well, producing a tornado or not, or damaging straight line winds. So I think it's very fascinating. And I'm sure many of you probably feel the same way because weather is just, it's usually never the same unless you've got,
The
high
greatest
pressure.
reality television show there is, Jen.
It is the greatest reality television show there is. I could not say that any better, Mike.
For the record, Jen, I just to jump in here, really awesome comment on YouTube from Johnny Mainframe. He says, I have the premium subscription and was able to get the split radars working, which is awesome. And then he commented, or I should say they've been commenting, I've been using MyRadar for years, and it has been instrumental of my operation of a local Little League in Clive, Iowa. Once again, it helped me monitor the storms approaching and get people out of the facility. Johnny,
Wow.
if you are still watching, again, I messaged you in the comments there. Send me an email. I posted my email there. I'd love to get you hooked up there. I don't know how many people are in your Little League, but we might be able to send some of the teams there some goodies. So hit me up on. I sent my email on YouTube there. Let me know that we had this conversation in case I don't remember. Okay, you're here. Great. My email is above.
Yay.
Send me an email. I'll get you hooked up. All right. I don't know how many coaches there are in the Little League. We might be able to get them all hooked up with MyRadar Premium as well. 850 families. Oh boy. Okay.
That's a lot.
That's a lot of families. Send me an email, Johnny. We'll figure something out. Okay. At a bare minimum, I would absolutely love to send you some goodies here. I just got a fresh shipment of these koozies here. I'm going to the World Cup in a month, so look for me in Atlanta with the MyRadar Cybertruck. So I'm going to be stopping to charge that thing all along the way from Orlando. So I'll have a bunch of goodies to hand out. So
And I will hopefully be with Mike too because I'm in Atlanta. So
yeah, I don't even know where I'm even staying yet. My buddy is in charge of booking our lodging, and I'm like, hey man, where are we staying? He's like, I don't know. I'm like, all right, well. I'll
Oh
sleep in
my
the
God.
back seat of the Cybertruck. I don't care as long as I get to the game.
You can stay with me. We can figure out all the things, depending
There
on
we go.
when it is. Um,
70 teams in the Little League. Holy cow, that's a lot. Shout out to the Field of Dreams there, Johnny. Again, send me an email. I have a big meeting with the rest of our team leads on Wednesdays, and maybe we can work something out. That could be pretty fun. Send me an email, Johnny. Really appreciate it.
And I
Anyway,
have to
sorry, Jen. Go ahead.
actually follow up with Johnny because I think I told you this before, Mike, but my daughter plays softball. And so with the softball league, we had a game and there was an impending storm and it was the lightning alert notification. I'd been watching the radar. I'm like, guys, we're cutting it close. Like, we need to get off this field. And literally, it was me showing the coach actually from the other team. He was the closest to me. And then we showed the umpire. We're like, we got to end this game. Like, this is dangerous. We need to get everybody into a safe place. So it is really important when it comes to outdoor sports
Oh my gosh,
because,
here from my daughter, in
yeah,
Central Florida, if there's lightning within 10 miles, they're off the, like, no joke, they're not only off the field, they have to like go back to the car. It's really
yeah,
frustrating. But
yeah,
it's all in the eyes of safety, but I struggle with it because, I'm a meteorologist. I'm looking at radar. I'm like, this storm is so far away from here. It's east of us. It ain't coming back. It ain't coming back. But a lot of the parents on the team always reach out to me when there's active weather to speak of. But I'm glad to
yeah.
do it. But I'm all for being safe.
For the team meteorologist, I'm the same way. Like, lightning terrifies me more than any type of other, weather phenomenon that you can have. And it's just extremely unpredictable. Yes, like hurricanes can change paths, but you can watch for days. Tornadoes, you can kind of watch from afar, but lightning can strike you at any moment. And so I'm as like, I have friends that are just
Oh
like,
my,
Jen,
Jen,
why?
did you see? Sorry. Go ahead. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
Oh, yeah. No, no, no. It's just lightning is one of those things you don't mess around with. But yes, what do you see, Mike? I want to
No, no, no.
talk to
Do
me.
you see the video today? I'm going to pull it up in the web browser computer, Jack. Let me just find it. I retweeted it from earlier today from Storm Chaser Tanner Charles. I'll show
Oh,
his
no.
video. I want to make sure that I credit him appropriately. Jack, take the web browser computer for a second. Look at this video. This is nuts here. I don't want to zoom in so far as to not give him credit. It's his video, of course. This is Tanner Charles. This was yesterday in Wahoo, Nebraska. Check this out.
Okay.
You see how how close he was? Of course, that's the reaction of a storm
That's
chaser. That scares
terrifying.
me. But
Yeah, he got excited, and that's not exciting for me.
great hair, Tanner. I don't know if you're watching. Great hair. I'm jealous. What a lightning strike!
Oh
He
my
is hyped.
God.
But look at this photo that I was able to grab, Jen. Isn't that nuts? It's right
That's
there.
It's so crazy. That's how I've had lightning hit a tree in my front yard, and it was like it was white. It was like a true explosion. I was inside the house. I literally crouched down because you think it's like a bomb or something else that's so terrible that's happening. And when I looked outside, there was bark flying off the tree, and it killed the tree. And that's what
It's
lightning will do.
wild.
Most lightning will kill the tree. It likely didn't. And it was a negative. So I have a friend that works at the Lightning Laboratory in Huntsville, Alabama, and so we found that it was a triple negative strike. And the crazy thing is, a positive strike is like 10 times more powerful than a negative bolt. And I can only imagine how crazy it would have been if that was a positive lightning strike hitting that tree. I mean, it would have literally exploded it. It would have been crazy.
So, Jack,
Just
if you want to jump back to the app, please. A new tornado warning, 48 minutes to go on this one here. This is in Missouri, Elmo, Clearmont, Burlington Junction, Hopkins, Pickering, Maryville, Parnell, and Sheridan. Radar
okay.
indicated. Radar indicated. And it's all, again, this messy line. Like, we are
Yes.
well past the point of these storms being discrete, that meaning singular, alone. And in fact, if I just zoom it out here, look at how we've developed over the past couple of hours here. So I'll take it back all the way to roughly 2 hours ago. Let me zoom out
Yeah.
even more. And as I slowly advance, again, just watch how everything begins to kind of fill in all of those gaps instead of everything being by itself, even right up there near Grant City and Clarinda. Watch right here as things begin to kind of fill in. That's where that initial line, this one up here, produced a couple of spin-ups up in that part of the world that the SPC was concerned about. And then that main line behind it from the front begins to kind of come together. Right there, our most recent radar scan. This is almost now just one singular line. But all told, everything is just embedded spin right now, Jen. It's not like anything is off on its own, and nothing is
Yeah,
confirmed as it is right now. I'm trying to
which is
find, like, this part of the world, a lot of these DOT
cameras.
sites don't necessarily have great cameras for me to show you anything.
Yeah, and the thing is, the National Weather Service, you have to be, it's very tricky for them to issue a tornado warning. They definitely don't want to issue a tornado warning if it doesn't warrant anything
They don't want to
or
be
if
the
there isn't a
meteorologist who
threat.
cried wolf, Jen.
Yeah, exactly. Because the last thing they want to do is to get you worn out of tornado warnings that never produced, and then when actually there is one on the ground, you're just like, well, they never, come into
Right.
fruition. So
Totally.
it's very tricky with the local National Weather Service offices. So I want to relay that they are brilliant. They do such a good job, and it's a very tricky job. But I mean, I'm looking at some of the rotation around Mound City. That's looking like some of the strongest. It's just messy out there, right? Like, just like Mike was saying, these aren't discrete cells. There's just rotation embedded in all sorts of different ways along these lines. And so, I mean, this is where Mound City, I'm seeing kind of the tighter
New
rotation.
tornado warning, Jen.
Um,
Just
oh yeah.
southwest of Des Moines, Iowa.
Ooh. Oh, I do see it. Let's go up
All
there.
right, so 45 minutes to go on this one here. Again, same deal. Radar indicated rotation. It's this kink in the line.
Yep.
But again, like, look how broad all of this rotation is. If you're going to
It's
get anything, it's going to be so quick. But I think, again, the larger threat to be concerned about here over the next 45 minutes are just going to be the sheer force of the winds rushing through
yeah.
downtown Des Moines here.
And I can see, and it's so funny, Mike, as both you and I are on different screens, I'm literally drawing out the same way as you are, which is really funny because sometimes I don't know if they're pulling my radar app or yours. But yeah, it's the wind, and I understand why the National Weather Service office is doing that, because it is the straight line wind damage can be very similar to tornado damage. It can produce those winds can be very scary, but also the fact that there is rotation, there is a little kink, and at any moment, it's so easy for there to be a tornado to be produced, and they just want to be safe, especially over such a large city that they know that the people that could be impacted could be significant. So they want to make sure that there is protection there for them. So I understand basically for the southern part of Des Moines, all of Des Moines City, you are getting just blasted with damaging straight line wind gusts of 50 to 60 miles per hour. And possibly, we can't rule out a tornado. I really don't see anything too tight right now, but I don't see a tornado. And just like Mike was saying, I mean, you can see there's just little kink right there. You got a couple of little things going on, but for the most part, it's the damaging straight line wind. So we're going to keep a close eye on Des Moines for that. And then looking at farther down to the south again, this is our main cluster that we have right here, just right on the state line of Iowa and Missouri. And you can see where we've got, I'm going to switch the radar sites here so we can get, oof, it's so hard to figure out which ones. This is what makes it very hard is where we have like a little radar hole. Um, let's see, can we get it? Is it gonna? See if we can switch over to KEAX, and I can always
Johnny, I
check.
was going to type this out to you. You were asking about a feature you'd like to see, so like time of arrival for the storms. All I'll say is we have a lot of stuff in development, but that is absolutely something that the meteorology team has been trying to get here. I'll say we have a feature coming very soon that will likely end up being a premium feature that I am so psyched about to use in a presentation form like this. I've seen it. It's early right now, but You will like it. It's really really cool. Not there yet. I gotta be vague. I don't want to reveal too much. But any feature suggestions that anyone has, whether you guys are watching on TikTok, YouTube, Facebook, X, whatever, reach out to us. Support@myradar.com. Reply to us on social media. Send us a DM. Our DMs are open. Let us know what you want in the app. We are here to serve you.
And we have a new tornado warning, I think, that was just issued, or maybe it wasn't. Yeah, it is. 7:47
The
Central
one near
Time. This is
Topeka.
the southern southwest of Topeka, yeah. So this is radar indicated, but again, there's some rotation there, and I was kind of looking at that. So uh I do need to switch to, let's see if I can switch to the Topeka radar. But yeah, so this is what we will potentially continue to see, is these kinks in the line with the potential for a brief tornadic spin up. So we will likely get more of these smaller tornado warnings, which I appreciate that they're keeping them small. And let me see if I can switch. I'm going to switch KTWX. I'm going to switch the radar really quick so we can get a better view of it. Um, because this is very close. Oops. You can see right where the rotation is and what they're thinking. So this is what you're looking at right here. We're very close to the radar, but it's that little kink, right? This little kink right here. That's where we're concerned with the rotation. And so where a possible tornado, just the little extra spin in that area, a little extra turning of the winds with height. And that's where why they issue that tornado warning, which I'm glad they did, because it Mother Nature is very unpredictable. These storms, very right environment. So again, it's radar indicated, also quarter size hail is possible, and straight line wind gusts, I would say, of at least 50, if not 60 miles per hour, as these storms, this line of storms is likely racing off to the east anywhere between about 45 to 50 miles per hour. So this is something to take very seriously. This is the only tornado warning that I see along this line. We do have just severe thunderstorm warnings. That's thanks to damaging straight line wind gusts and or hail. Basically, this entire line is warned up and down through Kansas. We do have this tornado warning here, Mound City. We still have some rotation with that. We're nearing the edge of this radar site, so we'll probably switch over to Des Moines, but you can see where we are picking up still on that rotation. So we'll see if that is extended. What I am actually also curious about is these storms down over here. Let's see if we can go to KDMX and see these areas of rotation here in Des Moines, or in southern parts of Iowa, northern parts of Missouri. So we still have some rotation there. We're right on the edge of the Des Moines radar, but we're watching the tornado warning south of Des Moines right up there. And it doesn't look like anything too ominous. Obviously, just a few like little kinks right there. The good news is it pushing east of the city right now. So we're just going to continue to watch that very, very closely. But our main focus is this cluster, which is just that atmosphere, that micro scale environment that we have right there near Mount Air, some of these areas of rotation. They just continue to maintain their rotation as these storms are moving through. So we're going to continue to monitor it, because we've got a couple different areas of rotation, one near Grant City, and you can see through here, we've got some more areas of rotation where we do have the tornado warning. So you need to treat these very seriously. These could be brief spin up tornadoes, or again, there is the possibility for long track. With these, I'm not sure, but the rotation, the velocity has been pretty consistent. So whether they weaken a little bit but then re-strengthen, it's been going back and forth quite a bit this late afternoon and evening. So we'll continue to keep a close eye on it, but it's mainly we've got just that tornado warning just south of Des Moines, which is likely straight line winds. Can't rule out a brief spin up. But then it's right on the state line, extreme southern southwest Iowa and northern northwestern parts of Missouri, where we have some tornado warnings. We'll see if we can't get this rotation to weaken some more over the next few hours. I think that would be some great news just as things start winding down a little bit, becoming more linear. But still, there is just that spin in the atmosphere, the low level jet, things are pretty ripe. So we're gonna keep a close eye on it for sure. And we can re-rack this too, so everyone can see where the tornado watches are. I'll probably do that right now. And this
Jen,
is why,
as you're doing that,
yeah.
Miguel on Facebook said, "When are we getting the satellite feature? It'd be great to see the storms." Well, if you'd look at my screen, you would see that we do have a satellite feature in the app. And the cool thing about our dual pane is that it's not just two radar products. You can actually use this whatever you want on either pane. So this is our satellite feature, and not to mention, look at the explosive growth of these storms here. Just watch right here, and watch how those storms are just exploding with convection. Same down there near Wichita Falls. Also pretty neat. You can see a fire burning here. Another one here. Look how dry all that air is too, even up into here as well. But there's our satellite feature. Of course, notice here at the tail end of the satellite, the sun is setting here. And remember, this is visible satellite, or it's geocolor. I was going to say you're gonna lose it here eventually, but pretty neat.
That is, so I just have to say, I am a satellite geek and nerd, Mike. I don't know if you knew that, but I almost kind of want to take that full screen and completely geek out because you can see the progression of the storms and how they're moving through and the overshooting tops. You can see everything. I love looking at a good satellite because
Lot of data.
yes, we were watching earlier before storms were like really developing, where we were seeing the cumulus clouds and things, the clouds getting a little bit deeper, and we're like, all right, we're maybe like getting close to breaking the cap, and really things starting to kick off. And watching the satellite, not only for looking at the cloud cover patterns, where it's cloud streets or other types of things that we're looking for, but this just shows you how strong these storms are, how tall these storms are, exceeding 50,000 feet for some of them, and just how expansive the clouds are from them. And it just, yeah, you watch them literally explode. This is a solid satellite loop starting from, I would say, what is it, three? Yeah, right
Oop,
around
sorry.
3 o'clock in the afternoon. And so you can see that. You can
About
see it.
5 hours of data, yeah.
Yeah. So you can see them explode, which is it's crazy to see. And we've been on basically, we're going on 5.5 hours right now. We've been on since the first tornado warnings have been issued. We were watching them. We were watching the severe thunderstorms being issued. And so, yeah, we're keeping a very close eye on things. We do still have some tornado watches, but they're gradually being trimmed back as storms are shifting east. The PDS one is about to expire. They've been trimming back counties as storms have been clearing. Obviously, we still have a couple of tornado warnings. I think we have maybe only one tornado warning in Kansas at the moment, which is the one southwest of Topeka. The rest are northwestern Missouri, and then one in extreme southern Iowa, and then the other just
Jack,
southeast of.
switch to my screen, please. This is the tornado warning or the storm that is going through Iowa. Big shout out to the Iowa DOT here. This is north on US 65 on Army Post Road. So this is, again, just south and east of Des Moines proper. You can see how this camera is
Wow.
just bouncing in the wind there.
Oof, and those cars should not be on the road right now. That's just,
At
yeah,
least
very,
that one has its hazards on. A lot of them have their hazards on, so that is good.
yeah, I guess it is good, but at the
You got
same time, oh, it's, yeah, they should not be in that heavy rain, the wind, that's can be a pretty dangerous thing right there. Did we get a new tornado warning, or is that just kind of overlapping near Grant City?
I'm looking to
Trying
see
to
if I
keep an
can
eye on all
find
the things.
another view. This is, oh, a lot of lightning here. This is a little bit farther to the north, US 65. Again, as it is right now, this particular storm is just radar indicated. To me, there's nothing to suggest that we're going to see an actual tornado from this, but at least we do have the rotation, a lot of lightning in there. Of course, the winds are quite strong too.
Yeah, they are quite strong. And so I can see just like what's happening in Des Moines, but southwest of Topeka, and near Falls City, like these little kinks. tornado warnings are likely to continue. And then there's this main cluster. We will see how this progresses east over the next, I would say, 30 minutes or so as we hone in and watch this. Um, we're looking at Mike right now. I love looking at the DOT cameras, so Mike is totally
I'm trying to
doing
find
that.
one facing south,
That would be
but
great to see. We need to start looking at a camera in Kansas City as these storms are closing in on Kansas City. Um, I think we need
yeah,
to
we
do,
can do that. Jack, if you take Jen's radar in full, I'll start to look and see if I can find anything.
yeah. Okay, so you can see mine. Let's see. Um, Right now, what I have on here is I have the watches. I want you to see how they're trimming things back. We are closing in on like 90 seconds left of the PDS tornado watch. Zooming out completely, you can see actually just a small area tornado watch there across southwest parts of Oklahoma and extreme northern Texas. We haven't really seen any action there. We've got that tornado watch, including for parts of Des Moines, stretching down, including Kansas City, and down into southern Kansas. Some of these are going to expire here soon within the next minute or so. The PDS watch. Wichita extends a little bit later than that. Kansas City, I believe, goes until midnight, if I'm not mistaken, or 1 a.m. So it goes pretty late as these storms are going to go through. Um, I'm going to switch the radar here. I want to get back to Topeka KWX or KTWX. Looks like that one tornado was continued. So let's look at this. Um, we're gonna KTWX right here. Um, let's switch over. So we were watching this. I'm gonna take off the fill-in for the shapes. I just wanted to show you where the watches were. We're gonna look at this tornado warning that we have right here that just got extended, um, and see if there's rotation. Yeah, we've got some good rotation with it. So this is what we're looking at right here. We've got this rotation moving into a new tornado warning. So we'll be approaching Wilmington, Harveyville very soon. We'll be passing close eventually to Topeka, potentially approaching Auburn. This is in Kansas. What I'm going to do is I'm going to look at this particular rotation and tornado warning so we can get a better idea of what we're seeing. So it's radar indicated, pretty good rotation right there. This is right from the Topeka radar. We're pretty close to the radar. So this gives us a really good idea. It's moving northeast at 55 miles per hour. So like we were talking about before, these storms have picked up. This is highway speed. That we're talking about. The tornado warning is just southwest of Topeka. The storm is moving northeast. Will be approaching Topeka within the hour. It's radar confirmed. So we don't have any confirmation that it's actually on the ground just yet, but we are watching. You can see where that rotation would be. So I'm going to circle it again where you can see the kink in the line. So this tall tail look, you see this kink right here in the line? This is what the National Weather Service Office and meteorologists look at when we've got a straight line wind or a quasi-linear line of storms, and you get a kink like that, and that's where we can get a little bit more tightening because there is shear, directional and speed shear, but you get a little bit more tightening and spin, and that can cause a brief tornado. So it does
Keyword
not.
brief.
Yes, keyword is brief. And so that does not surprise me at all. That's a solid kink. It's been there for about 20 minutes or so. So we're continuing to watch this. So Harveyville, I'm sure you're seeing a wall cloud. You're hearing the sirens go off most likely. It looks like Wilmington as well. You need to seek shelter, especially in Harveyville, as looks like it's heading pretty straight toward you. It will be nearing the Interstate 335 here very shortly within the next 20 minutes or so. And then next in line for the kink and possible tornado would be Auburn. This is Auburn in Kansas. And then eventually, potentially Topeka. Topeka proper. Topeka, you're about to be hit by this entire line of storms, and you can see here what moving over the radar site. It's kind of fun when storms move over the radar site, where you can see the red and the green. So it's fascinating when you see the change in the wind direction, and you can really look at, okay, where is the rotation in some of these storms. So we've got that tornado warning. Looking up farther north, it looks like some of them have been allowed to expire, a lot of them. So if I zoom out really quick, it looks like we've got the two. We've got Des Moines, we got the one near Topeka, and then we've got these three, Maryville and Grant City. And we'll see the Maryville storm, and I totally need to change radars because this is right on the edge.
Jen, a
But
question from Facebook from Dean. Dean, if you're
Mhm.
still here, asking what a dry line is. So a dry line is effectively a frontal, it's a boundary that separates dry air, really dry air, from very wet air, very humid air. And typically, again, along that boundary is where you find explosive growth. You typically find this in Oklahoma and Texas. Dry line days can produce some monster supercells. But this is not what that setup is at all, just for what it's worth. Topeka, you were just given a severe thunderstorm warning. Jen, that's again that leading edge of that line there. I question, they got 10 minutes to go on this tornado warning. I suspect that it will end up getting dropped, given that, as you were alluding to before, these kinks in the line, they're brief, right? I mean, the way that this storm is moving, it's moving so fast. Odds are the storm's not going to have enough time to be able to tighten up to produce a tornado. But all told, it looks like all of our tornado warning zones are all kind of exhibiting the same behaviors. How much
Yeah, so
time
we've
do we have
got
left
this
on these? 10 minutes
quick
on that
one.
one, 25 that one, and then the one up in Des Moines, 25. Okay.
Yeah, so we're getting there. We're kind of winding down a little bit. So this is what a quasi-linear line looks like. You've got it's not completely straight. You've got these little kind of like wave pattern a little bit, and then you can even have micro scale kinks in there where you can have the brief spin up. So this is more, I mean, we're starting to approach Kansas City. So I bet some of the Kansas City, St. Joseph, some of these cameras, Topeka, things are closing in fast for Kansas City. So, and Topeka especially, this is right on your doorstep. So damaging straight line winds is going to be the main concern as we head throughout the rest of the evening. We can't rule out a brief spin up tornado, as we've been showing you the little kinks in the line, where we've been zooming in really closely on this one right here, not looking as prominent, but that is a classic kink that you're seeing right here, that little kink. So very close to the radar. And this line of storms is moving so fast at 55 miles per hour. We're practically already halfway through this tornado warning polygon. So we'll see if they continue that warning. But then looking up farther off to the north at these tornado warnings, we've got the Des Moines one, and then we've also got these ones across northern Missouri, or yes, northern Missouri near Maryville and Grant City. So we are winding down, and it's interesting. So today, Mike, the atmosphere so ripe for the potential. There was the potential there, the ingredients there for strong, violent EF2 to EF3 plus tornadoes, long track tornadoes, and long track supercells. We've seen long track supercells. We've seen consistent rotation, but going through some fluctuations, different cycles. We saw how volatile the environment was when these storms initially formed and developed between about 1:30 and 3 o'clock Central Time, and how they instantly started rotating. So we had some incredible storms, supercells, some epic structure that we saw both on Cappucci's live stream and Jordan Hall's live stream. But it's just interesting where we've had multiple tornado touchdowns, but none of them were long track. They were more brief. We've got reports from the National Weather Service office, employee, emergency management, some storm chasers. We did hear reports of a multi-vortex tornado that was up around, I think, southeastern parts of Nebraska. So the local National Weather Service teams, after tonight, will be going out tomorrow surveying any damage reports that they had and looking at, okay, so how structurally sound was the building, the home, whatever that was hit by these reported tornadoes. And then they determine, based on the damage assessment, how strong the winds were with the tornado, and they give it a rating. But we will have tornado reports, but I think we lucked out quite a bit, I would say, Mike, because
Yes.
due to the mid-level lapse rates, just like Capucci said, I mean, we've got the warm, moist air, we've got the boundaries, we've got the speed shear, the directional shear, but we just couldn't get some of these storms that were rotating even very strongly, tightly on the radar across the finish line, meaning actually having a tornado touching the ground. So I would say we lucked out quite a bit because this is one of the more high end with the instability parameters kind of maxing out on every level that it possibly could.
Mm.
So I would say that we lucked out pretty easily. Yes, there were some tornadoes, there was some damage. We had, I'm interested to see what reports come out of southeastern Nebraska with the straight line winds of 80 miles per hour. So there definitely will be damage. There is damage, and there were tornadoes. We'll see what the highest rating was, but it could have been worse. It could have been a lot worse. The opportunity was there. I'm just glad it did not materialize because that's the last thing we want to see. Our goal is to keep you safe. So I'm glad that we haven't seen things materialize as it potentially could have.
Yeah. I mean,
So,
with that, Jen, you know, if things continue to downtrend like this, we will probably end up stopping the live stream, given that everything's just going super linear right now. As I'm sure you've noticed, Matthew Cappucci's stream is off. He is, I think he's going to get some much needed sleep to prepare for tomorrow. I think he's going to be chasing hail in Texas. And
yeah.
then Jordan Hall. Jack, Jordan's stream is off, no? Unless he's just parked? It's hard to tell. Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Yeah. So all of the storm chasers, you know, the line has kind of passed them by. I'm just waiting to see what happens with a few of these storms, particularly this one down here near Topeka. So it looks
Yeah.
like that is a new tornado warning. Is it valid from? Yeah, it
Let
was
me
just issued 19 minutes, right? So they're all happening so fast,
Yeah,
right?
they keep extending that rotation, yeah. So,
Yeah.
which is good. It's a solid kink in the line, I'm not gonna lie. That's a hardcore kink, that's what we look for, and so it's just, I mean, it digs in, so I get why they're concerned, but the rotation doesn't look as strong if we're on the Topeka rotation, or at least there, we'll see, but, yeah, that's the most solid kink that I've seen probably all night. So, we'll be keeping a close eye on that. And then these storms here across extreme northwestern um, Missouri
18
is,
minutes to go on this cell east of Des Moines.
yeah.
Again, you know, you look at the velocity product and like where
Yes, I know.
where's
I
it going to
feel like
come, you know
we're
what I
headed
mean? Where's the
higher.
spin going to come there? I don't know.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like we're near expiration with that one. I'm not concerned about Des Moines anymore. The worst of the storm is well off to the east of the city. Um, Grant City, Maryville. It's basically through Maryville, so we'll see if they extend that in Grant City. Topeka, this is the real one where there may be some potential right there. I'm gonna see what radar I want to use. So hard.
Yeah. I mean, as Jen alluded to, the kink in the line, it's right here as I'm drawing, right? And that lines up perfectly with, of course, our rotation, the velocity product on the right. So the radar I'm using is, yeah, the Topeka radar. So again, the green represents the winds kind of going that way, and the red represents the winds going away from it. So right in here would be our rotation if we were to see it. And by
Mhm.
the way, someone said it's so hot, or sorry, they didn't say that. It's hot in Topeka. All right, let's actually look at that.
Yeah.
We haven't looked at temperature in quite a minute. So we can do that here in the app by going into the layers menu. It looks like the stack of cards. And then I'm going to just toggle on temperatures. Pretty simple, right? So Topeka, bear in mind right now it's 8 o'clock in the evening. It's 83 degrees. Mind you, let's
Oh my
take
gosh, that's muggy.
yeah, let's take a look at Topeka proper here. And I'm just centering the forecast panel over it. And so we can scroll down to the very bottom here. And the dew point in Topeka right here is 78 degrees. So it's 83 with a dew point of 78. Of course, the dew point is the temperature at which the air has become fully saturated. So it is, yeah, to Jen's point, it's muggy, right? Anything in the 70s for dew point is like tropically humid. So 78, yeah. And again, it's 8 o'clock at night, right?
Yeah.
And
Oh gosh, that's just ugh.
meanwhile, we can go here to the layers menu, and I'm going to toggle the winds on, and we'll go with ground-based winds. I mean, and it doesn't take a meteorologist to figure out where that warm, wet air is coming from. You know, all we got to do is look at the winds here. It's coming right in from the Gulf,
Yep.
right?
All that moisture.
I'm that blue dot right down here in Orlando. So now you know what it feels like for us down here in Florida.
Oh, it's coming. The air is coming from Mike, you guys. Mike is
Yeah,
sending us
you're
the air
welcome.
from Florida. Thanks, Mike.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
But yeah, if we go back here and we look at the front, which I'll turn on as well. Now the front is going to be a little bit delayed, but nonetheless, look at all the temperatures out ahead of it. Again, that warm sector that we're really seeing that wane up here, by the way. But down into here in Kansas, right? The mid to low 80s. But look behind it, you know, in Hayes, Salina, the mid to high 50s. So a 30-degree temperature drop. So
That front, yeah.
So for the folks in Topeka and Wichita that are, again, better example. Let me just zoom on in here to Topeka. Hang on one second. 83 degrees in Topeka downtown, but just to your west in Manhattan, 64. So a 20-degree temperature differential. So once that front passes you by, things are going to cool down pretty rapidly and dry out a little bit for you.
They absolutely will. I'm kind of looking up at the rotation. Now it's weakening some too. I'm looking at the northwestern Missouri storm.
We're losing that kink pretty considerably too.
Woo!
They just peeled live right here. They just peeled this western portion of this one back. I don't know why this one just hasn't been canceled yet or expired. Oh, 0 minutes. So any second now that one will disappear. And we'll just have this one here, which you got 14 minutes to go. And I mean, and you got, there it goes. You got this little kink down here.
Mm-hmm.
That's
15.
That's kind of it.
Yeah, so we'll see if these one of the Grant City tornado warning goes until 8:15, so it's about to expire.
Look at this teeny tiny cute little tornado warning up here east of Des Moines.
Oh, I like
you can see the little bend in here just southwest.
Oh my God, look how tiny that tornado warning is.
Yeah. So 13 minutes to go there. Yeah, moving at 50 miles per hour. These storms are hustling, right?
Yeah, they are hustling.
So just to the southwest of Colfax here is your little kink there. But again, when you look at the velocity, there's nothing to suggest that anything is tightening up, right?
Yeah.
And there, the latest radar scan kind of just killed it there. It's not much there.
Good. Grant City expired. Nothing in its place.
Oh, they got rid of it?
Yep.
Oh, so then it's just the one on the backside here. 13 minutes to go. Yeah. So again, like I suspected, things are waning fairly quickly here. And again, we will probably once things, shift down even a little bit more, we'll likely wrap things up here. But all told, Jen, the moderate risk area, I think, was worthy considering the parameter space that we were dealing with today. I mean, with the warm sector as far north as it was, you just had sheer frickin' everywhere. But all told, it looks like all told, at least for now, seems like things did not deliver to that highest end parameter
No.
space, which is good.
Yeah, no, and
We're not hoping, for what it's worth, like meteorologists, we're not hoping for these things to happen, right?
no.
Who
It,
wants to deal with, something like that? It's not
and what's
fun.
interesting to me is even though it could have been worse, it could have been significantly worse. We could be dealing with long track tornadoes like we were in Mississippi almost 2 weeks ago, but we weren't, and which is great news. But what's still fascinating and showcases how primed the atmosphere was, there were so many different areas of rotation in the line. Like a lot of times when you get a supercell that supercells merge together and stuff like that, sometimes it can just kill the rotation or
Mm-hmm.
enhance it. It just depends. But there were so many different things spinning today. So it just unfortunately it just couldn't get there to reach the ground, which is great news. Like Mike said, we never want a tornado to happen, but it was amazing to see the environment. It was definitely primed, definitely ripe for long track tornadoes. It just something, with the upper mid levels, I think, kind of impacted us, and also just some of the other different features as well. But I will take this, Mike. We did have tornado touchdowns. I wouldn't be surprised if we have a handful of tornadoes that are confirmed. We had some damaging straight line winds upwards of 80 miles per hour earlier on. So again, very volatile environment. And then all this shifts to the east where
New
even Mike,
tornado warning, Jen.
yeah.
It's again another kink in the line here,
Oh, it's
just north
Des
and
Moines.
east of Des Moines. So they're continuing that severe thunderstorm because of this right here, just southwest of Baxter.
Baxter. I see that.
40
It's
minutes to go on that
yeah.
one. Again, radar indicated rotation. But again,
And
all told, Jen and I are of like minds that the threat is waning down here.
it is winding down, which is great news. And then one Maryville storm should, I think most of these here pretty quickly. And even the one in Des Moines, we'll know within the next like 5-10 minutes if that kink stays strong or if it just kind of winds itself down. And so this is great. I mean, sometimes we can see severe weather threats continue well into the late night hours. And it looks like, yes, there's the multiple severe thunderstorm warnings along this due to straight line winds, even
Right, the
possibly
winds are
some
not
hail.
going anywhere. Like that
Yeah,
will persist through the overnight hours.
the tornado threat is what we've been talking about that is winding down.
Right.
We can't rule out an isolated spin up like we've been talking about, like we've been seeing, but the overall like extreme tornado threat, long track supercells, that is what is winding down. And I think once these storms move past,
They've dropped the moderate risk for what it's worth, Jen. That is gone now.
amazing. See, this is all good news. Everything is improving. Um, I like it. I love it. This is all great,
Yeah.
great
So I
news.
think I think with that, Jen,
Yeah.
we can probably wrap things up for the people here.
Okay.
Again, we will be likely streaming tomorrow as well. I don't think that we're going to do a full studio stream, given just the scope. Let me just show you the full scope of this risk area tomorrow. It is insanely massive. So let me get just the number of people here that are under risk of severe weather. So it is. So Jack, if you take the web browser computer here for a second, we're working on adding, by the way, day 2 and day 3 to the radar. Of course, the app's been downloaded over 50 million times, a lot by people that simply just want to know if it's going to rain or not, and what do I need to wear? Can I go to the beach? Can I walk my dog?
Yeah.
But we have been adding a lot of pro features to the app, slowly but surely. So you're seeing a lot of this stuff coming. Anyway, that being said. So the yellow area is a slight risk area. So that's 2 out of 5 in the SPC scale. The 1 out of 5 is the darker green color. So from all the way up in, Vermont and just a teeny little portion of New Hampshire there, stretching all the way down into Mexico and Texas, 57 million people under the slight risk area, and then 60 million people under marginal risk.
That's
It's a lot.
significant.
That's a
It is a lot.
lot of people. Now, a lot of this, I think, is going to be overnight tonight from this particular line, just diving south through Arkansas, southwestern Missouri, southern Illinois, and Indiana. But again, you will still likely see these storms kind of kicking off tomorrow, especially when you consider all that warm, wet air coming in off of the Gulf. So I know Cappucci is targeting likely chasing hail here in Texas. You can see that the hail risk, they have it as the 15% risk area tomorrow, a SIG 1 hail risk for roughly 7 million people. That would be, again, in those dashed lines in southern Oklahoma and parts of Texas. So I know Cappucci, I mean, you're talking about the guy who has a bucket branded for collecting hail. So I believe that Cappucci will be chasing that tomorrow. But all told, we may pull the trigger to do a studio stream, but more than likely not, given just the sheer scope of this. So I think one of the best tools that I would recommend for you to have at your disposal tomorrow and then through the rest of severe season, Jen, hurricane season starts June 1st.
Yes.
And I had a meeting today with an old colleague of mine who was quick to remind me that Eastern Pacific hurricane season has already begun. So it is that time of year, folks. So with that, I would say now is the best time for you, if you haven't already, to download the MyRadar app. On TikTok, you can see this QR code right here. Scan that to download the app, or you can go to our profile. There's a little download arrow to download it right there, whichever platform you're watching from. Jack, thank you so much. You put it up on the screen. It's over in the top right-hand corner of the screen. Scan that QR code to download the app. It is totally free to do so. You can access just a ton of amazing features in there, including the video portal as well, might I add. It's this little play button in the app, and you can get forecast videos, storm chasing documentaries, all sorts of cool stuff in here, app tutorials, Spanish content. There's so much great stuff in the video portal, in addition to getting push alerts from MyRadar that is completely free. And then in the settings menu, if you click on the little gear icon on the toolbar, right toward the top, you can see premium subscription. There is a 7-day free trial to access the premium features. If you've enjoyed seeing Jen and I using the dual pane radar, the level 2 and 3 radar products, the ability to draw on stuff on the map, that is free. But the inspector tool to be able to kind of determine what the data is on the map, that is a premium feature as it is right now. Historical radar, the hurricane tracker, Routecast. If you want turn-by-turn directions in your car with Google built-in, Android Auto, or Apple CarPlay. We are one of, if not the only major weather apps in the world that has turn-by-turn there. So if you want that, that is a premium feature in the app. And I think that I pretty much hit all of it there. The storm chasing content, of course, is free to view. So again, download the app. It is completely free to do so. Jenna, I don't think and Sandy Rose, shout out to you on YouTube, says, thanks for watching. Good night. Don't forget to hit the like button on YouTube before leaving the chat. Big shout out to Sandy Rose, one of our mods. Thank you, Sandy. And again, if you're watching on TikTok, be sure to follow us if you haven't already. 17,000 likes. We appreciate the support greatly. All of y'all that have given us gifts tonight. Retired Roseler, Tiffany, Peppy, Marilyn, Minor Mike, Magical, Flutterfly, Angie, thank you so much for the gifts. You're too kind. You most certainly did not have to do that. We appreciate your patronage. What we'd appreciate the most would be downloading the app or, of course, following us here on TikTok. That'd be fantastic. Jen, anything else you'd like to say to the people before we wrap things up?
No, Mike, you did a fantastic job. I just want to say stay safe out there for those that are still in the line for some of these storms. Damaging straight line winds still possible, maybe even some hail. We can't rule out a few quick spin up tornadoes. So again, heed all those warnings. But other than that, we are here for you. The MyRadar app is incredible and amazing. So just like we had Johnny talk about earlier, for myself, I use it for my daughter's softball games, but use it for just about anything. It's a great tool. So make sure to download that, do the premium features, sign up for that. It's such a small amount of money for everything that you get. And then you can be the smartest person in your friend group, and you can geek out with your family and friends about all the things you know about weather. You can show them the forecast. You can be the go-to weather person for your group and for your area. But with that said, thank you so much for watching. We are here for you always, and we love if you're looking for anything specific on the app, please let us know because we make this app for you. And so we want you to be able to use it the way you want to. And if there's any feature that you want that's not there yet, uh, ask us and we'll let you know if it's down the line, if it's being planned, or it may be something that we can actually start integrating into it.
Totally.
So, yeah.
And while Jen and I are not here for you 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, the app is. So I would suggest downloading the app. You can get alerts and all that great stuff. As Jen mentioned, you can be the go-to weather person in your friend group. Before we wrap things up, of course, I wouldn't. I would be upset if I did not thank Jack behind the scenes. There he is. Woo! He even pulled up the camera. He knew what was coming. There's Jack waving to you on the bottom right-hand corner of the screen. Jack
Love you, Jack.
Jack's our hardworking director, making sure everything looks good, sounds good, and he's a firefighter, if you will, as well, for when technical things happen. Jack is making sure everything is fixed without you even knowing it. So big shout out to Jack as well. And then, of course, our hardworking, awesome developers that make the MyRadar app one of the best weather apps in the world. Big shout out to Andy as well, our founder and CEO. So that, I think, is going to do it for Matthew Cappucci, of course, meteorologist Matthew Cappucci here and that, as well as storm chaser Jordan Hall, meteorologist Jennifer Watson. I have been meteorologist Mike Linden. From all of us here on the team, stay safe, stay dry, and we'll catch you back here in the next one. Peace.
Yeah. Bye, everyone.
All right, TikTok. See you later.
Bye, guys.
Stop it right here! Stop right here! We gotta back up! Back it up! Back it up! Oh! Roof's going! Roof's gone! Right now! Iowa! Hurricane Idala making landfall right now as a Category 3 storm, high intensity Cat 3. The roof of this building was just ripped off right behind me. You can see power lines down right now as it makes landfall. Here we go, guys. Here it comes.
From a scientific standpoint, from a communication standpoint, this is a master class in meteorology. All the air is rushing in. We're basically in a vacuum right now. All the air is rushing into this area. Can't general disclaimer, obviously I'm very excited from a scientific standpoint, but I do, and we all are very well aware of the human impact of this. So even though it looks cool online, it looks cool to, oh, here's a bird. It looks cool to sort of see all this science in action. We do want folks to know that getting to this point was dangerous. The first out of the eye, I mean, look at all the damage just on this little stretch of highway.
further to my south. But when you have that and an acute tornado risk in one of the biggest, most densely populated areas of the country at night, not a great recipe for travel. The good news, though, it's Sunday, commute not quite as bad as it